Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Order, honorable members. I have 5 announcements. The first one, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Poplar Primary School in Lusaka District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seats. Honorable members, I also wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of visitors from Lusaka Central Parliamentary Constituency in Lusaka District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seats. Honorable members, I also wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Macha Girls Secondary School in Choma District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seats. Honorable members, I also wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of visitors from Solwezi East Parliamentary Constituency, Mushindamo District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seats. The last announcement, honorable members, I wish to inform the House that the National Assembly of Zambia, as part of its reform agenda, has commenced engagements aimed at constructing a creche within the principles of Parliament. The creche is a daycare facility for young children while their parents and guardians are engaged in official business. I will therefore be unveiling the foundation stone for the construction of the creche on Thursday, 27th March 2025 at 09 hours at Parliament Buildings. The detailed program will be shared to guide the honorable members. The unveiling of the foundation stone for the creche is being done in March, the month that is globally designed for women, is testament of our commitment to create a gender and child-friendly environment within the principles of Parliament. I am therefore extending an invitation to all honorable members of Parliament in the House to attend the unveiling of the foundation stone for the creche on a voluntary basis. I thank you. This also extends to, the creche can be used by honorable members who are male, whose spouses have left them to care after children or grandchildren. So we need the support of the honorable members of parliament who are male. Thank you very much. Let's make progress. Honorable members, there is no urgent matter without notice that will be admitted today. As guided yesterday, in accordance with our standing orders, Honorable Member for Chirubi, we need to give the responsible minister 48 hours within which to come back to the House with a ministerial statement. So on that ground alone, we cannot admit because we'll be in breach of our standing orders. So we make progress. You want me to answer you? You can come to my office, I'll give you a response, Honorable Member. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Education to present a ministerial statement. Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to update this august House and the nation on the screening process for students at the University of Zambia under the Government Student Loan Scheme administered by the Higher Education Loan and Scholarships Board. This response follows an urgent matter without notice raised by the Honourable Member of Parliament for Lunte constituency, Mr. Mutotwe Kafwaya, regarding the screening process of students at the university. Madam Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to express our sympathy to students who may have experienced disruptions in their learning during the screening exercise. However, I must clarify that the Ministry of Education is not undertaking any validation or matriculation for student loans at the University of Zambia. The term matriculation refers to the formal process of becoming a student at a university or college by fulfilling specific academic requirements. In the case of the University of Zambia, students are already admitted and registered by the institution itself, and there is no stage at which the ministry validates this admission process. Further, I wish to clarify to the Honourable Member of Parliament for Lunde constituency, Mr. Kafwaya Mutotwe, that government does not provide bursaries at the University of Zambia. Rather, it administers the student loan scheme through HELSB. For this reason, what is taking place at the University of Zambia is not a validation of matriculation, but rather a screening process for students receiving government loans. Madam Speaker, the screening exercise is a critical process designed to verify and authenticate students benefiting from government-sponsored student loans. This process ensures that financial support is disbursed accurately and transparently to deserving students. The verification process is conducted in two phases, targeting both first-year and returning students. For first-year students, the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Board initially released as a provisional list. Once students have registered with the university, they are required to present themselves to HELSB for authentication before being formally captured in the HELSB student management system. At this stage, key personal details, including banking information necessary for the student allowance disbursement, are collected. This step is crucial in mitigating fraud risks and ensuring that funds are allocated correctly to register. For the student loan is valid for only one academic year and must be renewed annually, subject to satisfactory academic performance. Some students may secure alternative sponsorship during the academic year, while others may not progress to the next level. The screening process ensures that only eligible students continue receiving financial support. Additionally, this exercise provides an opportunity for students to update critical information such as changes in bank details, study program, or address. The screening of students is conducted in close collaboration with the university management and the University of Zambia Students' Union. The university advises HELSB on appropriate dates to carry out the process, ensuring minimal disruption to academic activities. Students are notified accordingly, and screening is conducted only after they have completed their course registration and obtained their confirmation slips as proof of registration. Madam Speaker, the government acknowledges concerns regarding the potential disruption of academic activities due to the screening process. In response, HELSB and the university have implemented the following measures to streamline the process and minimize disruptions. 1, students have been advised to present themselves for screening only when they do not have classes. 2, screening is organized by school and year of study to manage student flow. HELSB officers are working even on weekends to ensure all students are attended to efficiently. 4, the screening exercise, originally scheduled for 24 days from 17th March to 2024, will be reviewed at the end of the session, and extensions will be made if necessary. And 5, the university has provided HELSB with a dedicated office where students who may not have been screened within the allocated time frame can still be attended to. To further enhance efficiency, HELSB is leveraging digital system to streamline student verification. The government is committed to modernizing student administration processes by integrating HELSB screening procedures with existing student management systems at universities. Additionally, HELSB has been developing its own student management system, which is expected to be operational before the end of this year. Once fully implemented, this system will eliminate the need for in-person screening, reducing delays and improving efficiency. Madam Speaker, the government remains committed to improving higher education administration to enhance service delivery and minimize disruption to students' academic progress. Through continuous engagement with key stakeholders, we will ensure that loan disbursement and screening procedures are efficient, student-friendly, and aligned with best practices. With these remarks, I wish to assure the House that the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with HELSB and university management, will continue working towards more seamless and automated system that enhances access to student loans while upholding transparency, accountability, and operational efficiency. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that we have saved about 13 minutes there. I'm saving time because I know on the next ministerial statement, honorable members will need more time. So let's move first on this ministerial statement and save time for the next one. Depending on how much time we save, we can extend, we can accord more time to the next ministerial statement. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Education. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, with your guidance regarding the less importance for this particular ministerial statement, I would like to be very specific. Honorable Minister, I wish to appreciate you for recognizing the disruption caused to students at the University of Zambia. I just want to correct you that what was happening last week is not potential disruption, but actual disruption, because the students were staying out the whole day trying to do this screening. Now, you clarify to me what your ministry thinks I should have said by lecturing the nation on what matriculation is. My problem is, and was and still is, The University of Zambia.
Honorable Member for Lunte, ask a point of clarification. Do not debate
Thank you, Madam.
Challenge the ministerial
Let me
statement.
shoot directly.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Minister, Honorable Minister, the University of Zambia is under the Ministry of Education. The loans, the Loans and Scholarship Board is under the Ministry of Education. And then the matriculation that these children achieved is under University of Zambia, which is under the same ministry. Why should the children be subjected to hours and hours of screening when their details are sitting in one ministry? They have been matriculated by the University of Zambia. Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, at the expense of repeating myself, I think I explained adequately the details. It doesn't matter whether the University of Zambia is under the Ministry of Education or the Health Bill is under the Ministry of Education. I explained what the reason why they have to undergo a process again. Because they cannot just award to you if you have failed. They will not. They have to authenticate. And this is why I said what we're trying now to do is to make sure that we streamline by making sure that these things are digitalized. For a long time, we were not even doing that even yourself. But we have started now ourselves. And mind you, Madam Speaker, in 2024, there were only 14,000 students who were undergoing screening. But now we have 19,258 students. So meaning that the number is growing. So it is better to give them the loans, and the numbers are increasing. But I have already told you how much we are now going to do by the end of the year. Because the systems we have already piloted at another university, the Zambia University of Technology. It's a small university, but we have not managed the numbers. So we are doing a pilot project that side, which we will transfer to a bigger university like the University of Zambia. Otherwise, contained in here, I answered your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you, Minister, for that elaborate ministerial statement. I just wanted the clarity, Madam Speaker, through you, to the Minister, in terms of eligibility to these students' loans, because I think those students who are performed very well at grade 12, let's say 6-7 points, they have access to these loans regardless of where they are coming from, even when they are coming from a well-to-do family. And then you have these students maybe who has scored 9 points, but they are coming from vulnerable families. How are you harmonizing that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, that is a totally new question. Totally new, away from my ministerial, you can come and get the criteria that is used, not just off card like this. I'm answering to a question which was raised by Honorable Folunte. So those things that we are bringing now are totally different. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Members. Let's ask points of clarification arising from the statement that has been rendered by the Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
I thank you once again, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister of Education, 20 years ago when some of us enrolled at university, this manual process was very normal, but because now times have advanced, clearly we need to digitalize how we capture details for students. Madam Speaker, for first-year students, it is definitely a matter. Honorable Minister, you have to capture their details because it is the first time they are interacting with the university. But for returning students whose details have already been captured in the system, clearly there must be a different way in which we deal with this particular problem so that we focus on the first years. My follow-up question to the Minister of Education, you've not indicated the timelines when this migration will actually happen. You've only mentioned the pilot project in Ndola, but for these bigger universities, Honorable Minister, when are you migrating to the digital system that will not require students to keep registering, to keep screening every year when their details are already in the database? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa was very attentive. I could see when I was reading the statement, was very attentive. I indicated here so that by the end of the year, we will do that. That is what I read. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, mine was on a point of order. You know, for strange things that people carry in the house. Honorable Fube is carrying a very big envelope. Maybe it is containing some drones carrying ammunition or guns. So that was, I wanted to rise on that point of order, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, may the sergeant at arms can verify and see what is being carried. So, the Honorable Member for it could be Kasaka. So that's another 23 minutes. So that is 36. So we have saved 36 minutes from this session. So we'll see how we can increase by the 36 minutes that we have saved for the next item if we need to do that. I have also permitted the Honorable Minister of Justice to present a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you most sincerely for giving me this opportunity to issue a ministerial statement on the proposed constitutional amendment. On the proposed. That's the key word, on the proposed. Madam Speaker, you will recall that the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, during the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly on the 28th of February 2025, presented to this august House the progress made applied to the national values and principles. The President, Madam Speaker, and indeed to the House, highlighted a number of measures taken by the New Dawn government in upholding the national values and principles. Among the key notable issues was the need to amend the Constitution. Primarily, to improve the equitability and fairness of distribution and delivery of the national resources, especially through the Community Development Fund, popularly known as CDF. Through delimitation and subdivision of very large constituencies, both by landmass and geography size, has been considered, as well indeed the population. This issue is so critical in addressing the issue of equality versus equity. Madam Speaker, Two words mean different things, and concerns of this government is that equitable distribution of the national cake be distributed to all, regardless of tribe, region where they come from, or creed. Therefore, Madam Speaker, and indeed the House, the New Dawn administration has highlighted in the Party Manifesto of 2021 to 2026, remain committed to establish constitutional order that will catalyze political, economical, and social development for the country. Government is fully aware of the need for a broader-based consensus among all Zambians upon which the constitutional reform agenda will be anchored. However, this approach requires a wholesome amendment to the Constitution, which process, as we all know, is costly and lengthy. In this regard, the government intends to deal with only non-contentious issues. Only so as to address the lacunae or the gaps identified in the Constitution. The identified non-contentious issues shall then be published in the Gazette for 30 days before the introduction of the bill for first reading in the National Assembly. So, to garner wide and inclusive consensus on these very issues, especially through you, members of Parliament, as the representative of the people. This approach, Madam Speaker, and indeed to my colleagues, as provided for under Article 79 of the Constitution, is not only consultative, but cost-effective. Madam Speaker, over the years, this country has undertaken various constitutional review processes which include the following. The Chona Constitutional Review Commission in 1973, before I was even born, Madam Speaker. The Mvunga Constitution Review Commission in 1991. The Mwanakatwe Constitutional Review Commission of 1996. The Mungomba Constitutional Review Commission of 2005. Zalomi Slade Electoral Reform Technical Committee of 2005. The National Constitutional Conference of 2005, and the Ano Silungwe led Technical Committee on Drafting of the Constitution of 2012, among others, without not forgetting the National Dialogue Forum established by the National Dialogue Constitutional Electoral Process, Public Order and Political Parties Act number 1 of 2019. Madam Speaker, this Constitutional Review Commission and Dialogue Forum proceeded on progressive reports on key issues. Among these issues are as follows. Enhance the representation of the marginalized members of our society, particularly women, youth, and people with disability. The other issue included in all these commissions, delimitation of constituencies, as also highlighted in the 2019 Electoral Commission of Zambia report under the then leadership of the Patriotic Front. the inclusiveness or the inclusivity of members of parliament back to the council, or should we say to the local authority. The electoral petitions that we have witnessed as a country, by-elections, elections of mayor and their term, qualification of those who can be considered for the secretary to the cabinet, and indeed the time frame and the appointment of the AG or the Attorney General and the Solicitor General. Madam Speaker, in this regard, the government, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, wishes to highlight the key non-contentious issues over the years being raised, advanced for the reinforcement of the Constitution by various stakeholders who include, among others, different political parties, civil society organizations, religious mother bodies, judgments of our Supreme Courts, academias, professional bodies and associations, traditional institutions, constitutional experts, student bodies, women organizations, and the youth. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to be advised that since July 2024, the Electoral Commission of Zambia embarked upon the Electoral Reform Technical Committee, who have included the following. This is as of last year, July, and they're about to conclude their work. And the membership includes the Zambia Center for Inter-Party Dialogue, ZCID, representing all political parties, the Evangelical Fellowship of Zambia, Zambia Conference of Bishops, ZCB, Council of Churches, Independent Churches of Zambia, ICOZ, Islamic Supreme Council, Christian Churches Monitoring Groups, CCMO, Academia, UNZA, and CBUO, Human Rights Commission, government departments, eminent persons, represented in particular to name Mr. Robson Chongo, Center for Young Leaders in Africa, CYL, Operation Young Vote, OYV, Zambia Law Development Commission. These are just the few. The technical committee was put in place, now this is speaking to its objective, was put in place to collect from the different stakeholders views on what should be done to improve the electoral system. The Electoral Commission as well will make its publication on the views that has been said that was done by this very explained office. Among those issues that featured was the need for delimitation. The stakeholders also called for the amendment of the Constitution because it affects elections, how they're being managed in this country, citing Article 52 on the cancellation of election as a result of the resignation of different candidates and disrupting the entire process. Article 58(5) also needed to be actualized because Article 68(2), which has prescribed the number of members of parliament to be, honorable members, the number is actually prescribed in the Constitution for many of us who have read it, as 156, prohibiting the delimitation process unless these two provisions are harmonized. Madam Speaker, allow me to outline the prominent issues which will be as follows. And these, honorable colleagues, are the only issues that we are presenting to you and the nation. Number one, delimitation of new constituencies and wards and one would say districts in the Electoral Commission of Zambia. Madam Speaker, and indeed my colleagues, the Constitution, Chapter 1 of the Laws of Zambia provides for a fixed number of constituencies in the country, which today stands at 156. The Electoral Commission of Zambia, ECZ, is mandated, therefore, at intervals of not more than 10 years to review, name the boundaries and of constituencies, wards, and districts one would have. And let's remember, this came into force in the amendment of the Constitution of 2016. It is proposed that the Article 58 and 68 be amended to provide for the actualization of delimitation of constituencies and wards to be determined by the Electoral Commission of Zambia. They are the one to give this recommendation. The impact of delimitation, Madam Speaker, will provide equitability of distribution of the resources, particularly, as already alluded to, the CDF, based on the population and the geographical size of the landmass. Equality versus equity, Madam Speaker, one would akin it to having the same amount of money when you have 10 children and one has 1 child. Guess who's going to go far? Who's going to do more for their child? It is the one with the 1 child against you who have 10 children with the same amount. Imagine constituencies which are so large, such as Kanchibia, such as Katombora, such as Kasempa, and maybe compare those to my brother who is in Lufubu in Ingabwe, for example. And indeed, compare maybe my own constituency, Kembe constituency, to some of the constituencies that are small. This is the injustice, the inequality that government and the people of Zambia, honorable colleagues, are concerned about. Second concern, the need to revise the provision relating to the fresh nomination on resignation of the candidate in an election. Madam Speaker, and indeed to my all colleagues here, I really want us to follow the items so there is no speculation or no addition. The Constitution under Article 52(6) mandates Electoral Commission of Zambia to cancel an election and require fresh filing once the candidate resigns. The proposal, therefore, is to amend this aspect relating to candidates resigning for the purpose of disrupting the entire election process, so that the remaining candidates will proceed in the participation of the election, as opposed to requiring the new filing in of nomination and starting the process all over again. This has been unnecessary cost to the government and indeed to all of us who are in this political arena. And who knows, if there was an unreasonable leader, they could use this very clause to continue allowing others to resign so that they can continue to run for many unneeded years. This is part of what we are suggesting to be cured. Number 3, introduction of an electoral system that enhances the representation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the National Assembly as well as in the local government seats as well, meaning the mayoral as well as the councillors. Madam Speaker, it has been noted that the current electoral system of first the post does not provide or guaranteed seats for women, youth, and persons with disability in the National Assembly. Therefore, it is proposed that the Constitution under Article 47(2) and 68 be amended so as to guarantee the representation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Item number 4, an introduction of members of Parliament in the Council. You members to go back to their councils. Madam Speaker, the Constitution under Article 153(2) does not include members of Parliament.
Order. Honorable members, please, let's listen. If you have any comment, take note. We want to listen, and the public wants to hear what the issues are. And that's why the statement has been brought. So let's not interrupt, please. The Honorable Minister may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, honorable colleagues. Madam Speaker, as I was already saying, the Constitution under Article 153(2) does not include members of Parliament as their respective councils. Proposed, not forced, but proposed, that be amended in order to include all that members of Parliament, as the people's representation, actually take part in the developmental activities undertaken by the Council and indeed play their role as of an election petition. The Constitution, according to Article 73 and 1015 and 1032, provides that a Parliament election petition and presidential election petition shall be heard within 90 days and 14 days of the filing of the petition, respectively. The proposal is therefore that this provision be amended to clarify that the petitions shall not only be heard but also as provided in the Constitution. This will avert the unforeseen situation that the country found itself in 2016. Number 6, revise the provision relating to by-elections. Constitution of a member of Parliament not only that, on the Treasury from all of us, which derails and destabilizes mental projects and indeed business as a country. That from 2021 to date, the Electoral Commission of Zambia, by elections alone, at the elections at the constituency and ward level, has spent 264 plus million kwacha. This does not include the money that each one of you as members spend. Statistics have shown that a member would spend nearly or about 3.9 million kwacha during this same period. Madam Speaker, by-election government by diverting people's attention and resources in this very unnecessary process. This money could have built schools, hospitals, bridges, and many other things that are save our people. It is therefore proposed that the Article 57 be amended to decide with election where, as mentioned already. Number 7, increase in the number of non. The Constitution under Article 68 2b provides that there shall be not more than 8 members. It is proposed that this Article 68 2b be amended as to increase the number of nominated members based on the same ratio we have currently, based on the constituencies that will become in force. That is the key point. If you have 200, for example, constituencies. So the percentage does not change, but it may change in numbers because of what will be suggested by ECZ. Number 8, of Parliament. Now, this is members.
Order, honorable members.
Speaker, number 8, I hope that we have. Number 8, tenure of office. Actually shortchanged by 3 months. Of the member of Parliament 5 years, starting from the date that the member of Parliament is sworn into office after the general election and ending on the date the Parliament is dissolved. This is a period of only 4 years and 9 months, shortchanging all of you colleagues and those that are going ahead of us by 3 months. Therefore, the proposal is that Article 81 and 266 be amended in order to actualize the term of the office to provide for the full period of 5 years according to the Constitution. Number 9, vacancy of office of ministers. Madam Speaker, and indeed to the House and the public, the Constitution under Article 116, Clause 3, proposes for vacancy in the office of the minister. It is proposed that Article 116 be amended that the office of the minister become vacant as it were 90 days before holding of the next general election. So, which means the 5 years is only applicable to the members of Parliament. This shall avoid the illegal stay. Madam Speaker, through you, if I can get the attention of the House.
Order, honorable members, order. Let's listen so that we get the points. Because when you are asking questions, you might ask a question which is wrong because you were not listening. So please bear with the Honorable Minister, allow her to give you the information. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and indeed to my colleagues, I'm grateful. It is with the amendment of Article 116 to be amended to provide that the office of the minister becomes vacant 90 days before the holding of the next general elections. This shall avoid the illegal stay of ministers in the office and use of public resource for campaign purposes, as we saw in the previous regime. This is in line with the decision of the Constitutional Court judgment, as stated in the case of Stephen Katuka, suing as Secretary General of the United Party for National Development and the Law Association of Zambia versus Attorney General Ngosa C. Mbyakula and the 62 others. Number 10, removal of the term limit for the office of the mayor. Madam Speaker, you will note that there is no term limit on the members of parliament, there is no term limit on the councillors, but why on the mayors? We find that to be very discriminative. Here is the proposal, Madam Speaker. The Constitution under Article 154(2)(b) provides that a mayor and council chairperson hold the office for 2 terms. This does not apply to the other offices, as I've already alluded to. It is proposed, therefore, through you, Madam Speaker, and indeed the House to the public, that Article 154(2)(b) be amended as to remove the 2-term limit for the offices of the mayors and the chairperson, as to stop this discriminatory practice to ensure consistency and equality in the running of our government. I'm almost coming to a closure, honorable members. Number 11, provision of qualification of the office to the Secretary General. Madam Speaker, through you and to my fellow colleagues, to Cabinet, sorry, to the office of Secretary to Cabinet. Madam Speaker, the Constitution under Article 1763 limits the qualification to only individuals who have been at the PS level for over 10 years or equivalent. It is proposed, therefore, that Article 176(3) be amended as to revise the qualification of the office to the Secretary to the Cabinet for 5 years and equivalent, in order to expand the pool suitable and qualified for other potential candidates who may not even have been in the permanent secretary level. Number 12 and second from the last item. Revise the provisions relating to a vacancy of the office of the Attorney General and Solicitor General. Madam Speaker, and indeed to you, my colleagues, to the public, the Constitution under Article 178(1)(b) and 179(4)(b) provides that the office of the Attorney General and the Solicitor General be vacated whenever another assumed office of the President starts. It has been noted that this creates unnecessary vacancy wherever a new president assumes the office, which affects the operation and indeed the country without sound legal advice during that period. It is therefore proposed that this article 178(1)(b) and 179(4)(b) be amended to provide for the Attorney General and the Solicitor General to continue holding office until the formal appointment of the new office bearers. 13, provision or revision of the definition of a child and an adult. Madam Speaker, and to my colleagues, to the public, the Constitution under Article 266 provides for the definition of the word child as a person under the age of 18 and adult as a person attained or is above the age of 18. It has been observed Article 266 lacks clarity because it deems a child or as a person who has attained the age of 18 years. It is proposed, therefore, that the word child be amended to provide for clarity. Madam Speaker, and indeed to all of you, my fellow colleagues, to the public, it is in light of the above that I have mentioned that I wish to present to this august House the proposal of the roadmap now for the enactment of the Constitution with proposed timelines as follows. As of the 26th of March, 2025, I have stood in front of you to clearly spell out and number the items that are being proposed. From the 22nd of April, by the 22nd of April 2025, that a report by ECZ be submitted to the executive, as once we saw during the report that was given also in 2019. This will look into the issue of delimitation, the by-election, and indeed a system to be provided for the participation or equal representation of women, youth, and persons with disability. April 22nd, 2025. The Ministry of Justice will then commence the drafting of these amendments in a bill. So, to be categorical and clear, there is no bill that is already out there. We put that to rest because these provisions that I've outlined are proposals to be considered in the bill. This will go for a period of a month, from the 23rd of April 2025 to 20th May 2025. And please note that this report will be for public consumption. From the 21st of May to the 21st of June, the publication of the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Bill of 2025 will be now in the Gazette to run for 30 days as prescribed in our Constitution, Article 79. 24th June 2025, introduction of the Constitution of the Zambian Amendment Bill of 2025 in the House, which is through you, members of Parliament. Therefore, after, these are the tentative dates, on the 26th of June 2025 to the 15th of July, the Select Committee will look at the bill and give us a report. After which, by the 17th of July 2025, the Select Committee will report back to the House with their observations and indeed recommendation. After which, on the 22nd of July 2025, the second reading of the bill, and on the 25th of July 2025, the third reading of the bill. This is how it shall proceed. And if I may add, my dear colleagues, through the Speaker, Madam, within our article, in Article 79, there is a caveat that as it relates to the amendment of the Constitution, members will be given a chance to vote. Members will be given a chance to vote. And this is not simple voting, but it will be 2/3 majority. upon which only then will the bill pass. Madam Speaker, we are all aware that in accordance with Article 79 of the Constitution of Zambia, Cap 1, second and third reading, as I've already alluded to, I'm going ahead of my speech, of the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Bill of 2025 will have to be voted for by not less than two-thirds majority of the members of Parliament. This, Madam Speaker, is a safeguard that the Constitution provides to ensure that the sovereignty and indeed the presentation of the people of Zambia through their members of Parliament is adhered to, and no one, not even this government, not even future governments, can bulldoze the process. You, honorable colleagues, you'll be responsible for what you want for the Zambian people. As I come to a conclusion, Madam Speaker, I want to make it clear, for the avoidance of doubt, honorable colleagues, and through you, Madam Speaker, there is no intention, there is no mention whatsoever that in the provisions that we have provided under the New Dawn government, there is any intent or need to increase the tenure of the president's office for more than 5 years. I want to make it clear. I want to make it clear, Madam Speaker, through you, that there is no proposal of 7 years. That is the point I'm making, unless the English is becoming difficult. There is no proposal, honorable colleagues, hear it from the horse's mouth, of the president's tenure to move from 5 years to 7 years. None of it, honorable colleagues. Secondly, to make it loud and clear, because we are all bound by the statement we make, there is no proposal of any provision to take away the 50+ requirement for one to become president. It is the statement which will be public to all of you, honorable colleagues. I just want it to sink in so that those naysayers may know that they were adding things that were out there. There is a proposal in the tenure of the president to 7 years. President Hakainde Hichilema, he became president because of that same clause of 50+1. Without it, maybe he wouldn't have been president today. And it is an important clause that we need to guide and safeguard as Zambians so that we are not ruled but by the less majority of those who get less percentages. Allow me to repeat, Madam Speaker, as I've already done, that the above are the only provisions that we have asked to be considered. I wish, therefore, honorable colleagues, through Madam Speaker and to the public, to assure the August House to take this rare opportunity in these identified non-contentious issues to support and help us get to a constitutional amendment that is cost-effective, that is timely, and that is doable for the sake of the generation yet to come. Let us collectively address the general concerns of the Zambian people, whose issues have repeatedly, over and over the years, as already alluded to in the commissions, advocated for a cross-cutting issues to be dealt with in our nation in the various constitutional review reports outlined earlier. To put these issues in perfect effect once and for all, and to give the Zambian people once again a constitution that is timely, a constitution that meets the needs of our time. If I may end by saying, a constitution is a live document. It has all the provision to guide us. But every generation that comes has a responsibility to amend as to fit their challenges, their needs of their time. Madam Speaker, I submit. Thank you very much.
Well, that was long, but so we go now. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarifications on the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Justice. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I tell this government that we are going, they are always arguing.
Order, Honorable Member for Mukushi, order. Let me give guidance, Honorable Members. We are not here. Order. Order. Order, Honorable Members. This is a very serious process. We are not here to make jokes or to pull at each other's legs. Please, when you stand up and ask your question, go to the point, be to the point, and ask the question. And I'm giving honorable members not more than 1 minute within which to ask that point of clarification. If any honorable member goes beyond, we will skip and go to the next honorable member. Why am I doing this? I want as many honorable members to ask points of clarification. Are we agreed? So, honorable member for Mukushi, please be serious, to the point. Don't worry of who is going or who is coming back. So, honorable member for Mukushi, I'm giving you a second opportunity. Mukushi South.
Madam Speaker, what has been in this house? We have been vindicted. These people that you can never trust UPND. Just a few weeks ago, Madam Speaker, the head of is there. Where have you?
We can skip this process and go to the next item.
Let's skip it. Because even us won't take the nonsense. We also won't allow the nonsense. Skip. It's very motive. Skip it. Skip it.
You are not serious. Notes of motion.
I may ask the Madam Speaker.
Ask what is your point of clarification? Honorable member for Matero, you are on the next. We forget about the honorable member for Mukushi because he didn't have any question to ask. He wanted to debate.
Thank you,
honorable
Madam.
member for Matero.
Madam, I will ask.
let's go for it. Minister, priorities. What is this government's priorities? You are a mother. When children are crying, and rules, what time to wake up, what time to sleep, what time to go out. The Zambian people hungry. That's what they want to hear. The lowering of price of meat. We want to give them the rules, the constitution.
Honorable Member for Matero, what's your point of clarification? Point of clarification, please.
Clear whether I'm asking on the moving on. Question then
Asking. Move to the next item. Then I said the next person to ask point of clarification. Serious statement rendered by the Honorable Minister of Justice is the Honorable Member for Matero. So you've been point of clarification.
Madam
so what is your point?
Speaker, this government is they find the money to do this constitutional review. USA has pulled out. They cannot pay the bills when they are due. Where will they get the for this constitution until after?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For Matero, you've asked your point of clarification, but as you, let me give guidance. Let me give guidance, honorable members. Honorable members, say what any evidence that don't say things that you cannot. Bro, let on answer. Out of that's a point of clarification. The Honorable Minister is trying to answer, and the Honorable Member for Bangweru wants to raise a point of clarification. Why don't we give the Honorable Minister an opportunity to answer, and then you listen?
For this government not terror. Aggravating, as we have all attested in our different constituencies, including you, my brother, in Matero, no one has that anger. In terms of, I think what you are saying, is it a priority given some of the challenges, especially from the climate change and other forces? The point is, a government is a multifaceted institution. While the minister the need for food security of Zambia, to that, to be redundant to have came to a halt because one issue in agriculture or in whatever other ministry really the point in that party. It only gave us CDF twice when we were members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, Secondly, they gave us 700,000 kwacha, and the last CDF was 1.2 million when they saw that there were elections. Now, this government leadership from 1.2 kwacha to 20 million, 6.2.
It is just important that we become so transparent in what the people has. I just want to find out, soon see be brought in the government gazette so that people will be able to look at them before I submit.
Here or not here. Justice for the people that did not hear clearly. Honorable member for, as you gentle to the kid. I don't know what wrong it has done to you. You just threw it like this. Why? Even switch it. Be careful to the. It has never wronged you. It has not wronged you in any way. Yeah, thank you very much. Enjoy your tea or whatever you're going to drink. The Honorable Minister of Justice, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I want Labour to go through the actual table, or to say that Honorable Chinkuli, my brother from Kanyama, the table has been laid, and I, because it has been a statement, you can go. Also trying to this notion that there hasn't been consultations, and say this is an issue amendment process, that by using Article 7, honorable colleagues, including the other side, you'll be able to vote when that bill you agree or not. But also there is a period for gazetting where you can send in so that we can clear some of the misinformation out there. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you for that statement, which is quite crucial for this nation. A study by Professor Ndulo reveals that Bill 10 seeking to establish constitutional dictatorship and is broad. Now you have given us the manipulated the constitutional amendment that are not manipulated, meaning specific measures constitutional today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Honourable Member of Parliament, I think your question is very valid, and this question has been coming up in of the difference. I think one to that 16 amendment, one of those actually brought into light the issue of the provision of, is it Article 58, which talked about ECZ delimiting the constituency. It was staying 10 years. Now, when government through being made in this House, one example, one. So, one of the issues that need to be taken by them being thrown out, I think that could some other things were being admit.
Your some of the misinformation going. Honorable Minister, in accordance, and the emphasis was if the designs. My question is, in that situation, fresh nominations should actually take place, which means there is a big line what could happen between the postponement of elections and when actually the elections could be called for, about the filing of elections. Has the team taken into account in revisiting that particular lacuna also is a dangerous one that should be non-controversial and therefore taken care of? Thank you very much.
Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, thank you once again. Honourable colleague, thank you very much. If I've heard him clearly, Madam Speaker, he's concerned about the time frame of the issue of resignation, correct? I think what is important to underscore, Madam Speaker, through this August House is this is the reason why, first and foremost, we want to cure that. We want to ensure that once somebody resigns, because people have been doing it deliberately, people have been paid to just come and disturb the process. And one of the things, the concerns that have been coming out there is that imagine if you had a leader who does not mean well for the country, and we want to give it to all the presidents that have gone ahead of us and the one who's currently sitting. They have never invoked that clause, because it could have been easy for one to keep sponsoring someone so that they continue to stay into office. So I believe by curing that very word, resign, out of the Constitution will cure even the concerns that you are raising. I submit.
Yeah. Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Mwense.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Minister, in your submission, you have indeed alluded to the fact that there has been participation in this constitutional reform process. But however, as you are aware, and we are aware, all of us, there are some stakeholders who have indicated that there is need for a constitution where members of the public participate. So how do you reconcile the statement that you have alluded to in terms of people having participated to those stakeholders who are arguing that there has been no participation in this particular process? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Honorable Mabumba, my colleague. I'm grateful. I think what is important to underscore is that the reason why we feel we are at a place, my fellow colleagues and to the public, at a right place to consider these amendments. First of all, they are non-contentious. Secondly, the process of bringing the bill to Parliament using Article 79 will be. You, Honorable Mawumba, these provisions, and we have sent you there as our representative, vote for yes or for no. That is another way the country has to remember on behalf of the people. So by virtue of that, Honorable Member, you are speaking on behalf of the people. So what is my encouragement to the public as you hear me? Please interact with your Parliament. On your agree to of gazetting the bill itself. And I think it was articulated in the roadmap that all things being equal, that should be happening after the drafting and then the publication of the drafts on the 21st of May and giving it up to 30 days. This is another time, my fellow colleagues and indeed the public, that 30 days is not just for show, it is for us to write to the public, what is it, printers, and even to our ministry, so that we get those concerns. And lastly but not the least, that committee, which I believe that through Madam Speaker, because of the national nature and the topical nature of what we are dealing with, I believe that the committee will be as expanded as possible, and it will be given as much quality time as possible, and all other stakeholders will be invited, without negating the different commissions which I highlighted already, which have already participated, without excluding the ERTC, which is even ongoing, including the member and has contributed. So in a lot of ways we are saying enough of the talking, let's continue talking, but let's act together in the interest of the Zambian people collectively. So you cannot bulldoze this process because the Constitution is clear and there have been safeguards. I'm glad you are nodding, and these are the criticism and the responses we need so that we can build a better Zambia together and collectively.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, we thank you for your statement and to outrightly say that it is important that we address those issues. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to find out, Honorable Minister, the Constitution of 2016 may have some additional uncontentious issues. I'll give you for example, it moves from 45 days to 90 days. When Parliament is dissolved, we are campaigning for it is too long, Madam. At what point in this process issues that may not be on that shopping list? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Yeah. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nalolo, another friend in the cause for a better Zambia and equal distribution of resources. Indeed, some of us who have run campaigns twice, we have felt the 90 days. And you realize that the actual campaign starts almost 2 months about. But that was a decision that was made then. However, as I've already alluded to, the Constitution is our document, which needs to be altered at any time. The hope is that you do a good job so that you don't keep coming at it. That is the idea. But neither at any time should you feel prohibited to amend the Constitution, because it is your Constitution, and if those concerns are legitimate, they are widely noted concerns, then they should be added. Not only that, the soul or the center of Parliament, as you all know, dear colleagues, and to tell the public, is the committees. If, Madam Speaker, if there is a as colleagues in Speaker is in committees, honorable members, you agree with me. And that is the soul and the center of Parliament. People more of politics and drama, which really obscure the great job that all of you, honorable colleagues, do, regardless of your political parties, regardless of your affiliations. When you come to the committees, you are as objective, you are as clear, and being and the Zambia. So, your concerns, I invite the public to come. You can actually the public as a public as a nation. And Madam Speaker, because people do not know that you can come and sit in the gallery on any day. This is forms are critical and progressive parliaments, because we are on radio, we are on TV, and even that committee can also be publicized, Madam Speaker. And when the report comes to the House, the public will be able to participate. So I encourage all my honorable just to clearly show you that a government, we want this to have the buy-in of all citizens and all Zambians for the sake of the better future of the many generations to come.
Thank you. I can see the Honorable Member Fonkana is seated like this. Maybe we need to give him an opportunity. Honorable Member Fonkana.
Honorable Minister, altering the supreme law of the land cannot be compared to us coming up with an act of parliament. It requires broad-based consultations. For submissions, you are intimating the fact that you would want members of parliament to go into the communities to consult our people. That process would require resources, and it could require a deliberate arrangement for us to sit with the people in the communities. To amend the Constitution, whether it's 1 or 2, requires resources. The budget of 2025 did Can you behave yourself?
Order, honorable members. Let's allow the honorable member. Please, honorable member Fonkana, go to your question.
The budget of 2025 did not provide a line to support the amendment of the Constitution. Where are you going to draw resources to embark on this exercise? Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Again, many thanks to you, honorable colleague. As you know, we speak on a lot of progressive issues away from the politics that we see sometimes. The process that is being advocated for, or the one that you have seen, is actually going to be a legislative process. So really, the issue of altering the budget or looking for more funds does not exist. That is number one, honorable. And you know, it was in the wisdom of those that did the amendments in 2026. Madam Speaker, I believe that we need to give credit where credit is due in 2016. What they did in 2016, honorable colleagues, for the public consumption as well, they did not touch Article 79. And it's just that, yeah, there we go. They did not touch Article 79, and I think it was in their wisdom, because they knew that at such a time, there may be need for the parliamentarians who it is you, honorable colleague. You do not come here in your own capacity. You come here carrying all the members and all the people of Kamvisa, whether they voted for you or not. You are the representative. And so in their wisdom, in 2016, they left the clause in clause 79. And what does it say? It says, I want to find it so that I don't misrepresent, Madam Speaker. And this clause says that subject to the provision of this article, Parliament may alter this Constitution or the Constitution of Zambia Act of 1991, subject to the clause a bill of this Constitution or Constitution of Zambia Act 1991 shall not be passed unless, these are the safeguards, A, not less than 30 days before the first reading of the bill of the National Assembly is published in the Gazette. So what do they want to make sure? That it is not just you and me, even though we have the power, but the public also can speak into this process with their concerns. Secondly, in their wisdom of 2016, the bill has to be supported or will be supported on second and third reading by the vote of 2/3 majority of the members of parliament. If we did the math currently at 156, I think we are talking about 111, somewhere there. So it is then our responsibility, honorable colleagues, to say, how do we talk to ourselves, how do we caucus, but also how do we listen to our members? You have an office, they can come to your office, they call you, because the idea is, even as you are seated here, what you have asked me is not necessarily just your question. It is the consent of some of your constituents' members. So it is through that provision, which was left in the wisdom of those that sat in 2016, they left it deliberately for such a time as this, and hence is what will be used. And less time, more effective, and indeed we will hope that we can amend to those issues and maybe other issues that we may not have thought about. So take advantage of the committee stage, take advantage of the process of submitting. You are part of this nation, and your concerns and your submission, they matter. I submit.
Thank you. The honorable member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I wish I've loved our colleagues who walked our way inside here, because this document is a document for all of us. And then we find consensus. They tell us what are some of the issues which they are not seeing in here, which the minister has provided for, and then we amicably sit and find consensus, because it's our document. But it's very sad, because no question has been asked. So I really don't understand. I'm at pains, Madam Speaker. I've looked at, it's not about precedents, what happened with your butane, whatever. Let's look at the Zambian people. And let's look at what's progressive and what's not progressive, period. So what happened, we are here today. Let's focus and move forward as a country. Madam Speaker, I've looked at some of these issues which are being proposed, and they're non-contentious. They're issues which will help us, because law is dynamic. It shouldn't be repugnant. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to find out from the Minister of Justice on how, because I think the major issues on our stakeholders, our people from the constituencies, which my honorable colleague from Wense has asked, is there any proviso for time so that we can find ways and means to consult our people and also hear their views, as it were, so that we can have a wider consensus? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Bwana Mkubwa. Another progressive question. First of all, Madam Speaker, because of the nature of what we are discussing, and indeed, I hope that even my colleagues who have walked out can be listening in their cars or wherever they may be, but it's not just for the consumption of this House, it is for the nation, and hence why you have allowed this statement, Madam Speaker, to come under your Oval Office, and we are grateful. I just want to set a stage, Honourable Member, before I even answer your question that you have posed. I know a lot of us have seen a lot of talks around social media in particular, where we are upholding or celebrating what has happened in Namibia, where the Parliament, the Cabinet is more female. And rightly so, we need to celebrate, and hence why we have some of the provisions we are actually proposing, so that we can see an increase of women representation in this country, who actually speak to the over 51% as a population. And yet we have staggered behind a country that has been progressive. We got independence earlier, before Namibia. There are fewer, we are more, and many other things that I can cite. But in terms of also the need to consult as we go out there, I also want us to continue contrasting our size and population to other countries. And this is why I want to set this stage. Namibia, as I've already alluded to, has only 2.9 million people, compared to Zambia, which is about 19.5, or you can round it up to 20 million. They have 121 constituencies, and I stand to be corrected. Malawi, with 21 million people, they are sitting at 193 constituencies, and they are proposing in their current conversations to 228 constituencies. Again, I stand to be corrected. Zimbabwe, which is 16.1 million, has constituencies around 211. They are less to us by almost 4 million. And here we are still arguing about the need of constituencies to be delimited. And so you find it difficult to comprehend, because it is through this. Let's say you have one constituency like, what is that, in Southern Province, Kazumbula, Katombora. Is it Katombora? The second largest district in the country, and there's only one constituency. He's getting the same community development fund as smaller constituencies. He may need 2 more, but depending on the envelope. So what do we see? If we even had 1 more added, honorable colleagues, we'll go from 6.1 to about 72 million kwacha between the two. shouldn't be that we should all be saying yeah on this. And to hear that people are not being part of this, it breaks my heart, and indeed for us as Zambians. Your question, sir, may we take advantage of, first of all, the provisions, the statement that has happened today, to get back to our people, to correct the impressions out there of things which they were talking about. I hope they can go back on the media, different media, and retract their conversation, because there is no removing of 50+1 for the presidency. There is no extending of the tenure from 5 years to 7 years. So now we are at a place where we are clear, and we are saying as a government, if there are more things, bring them. Take advantage of the statement today. It will be in public domain so that we can have constructive conversations, and also take advantage of the time that it will be gazetted, not only for us, honorable members, even to the Zambians out there. And my hope, Madam Speaker, if I keep staying at this position, I long to see the Constitution written in our agreed local languages, because I think that will help us. Because like I've noticed, because I was forced to be in this position, I'm reading more, I'm understanding more. So if all of us can read it, we'll be amazed how easy, how able we can all understand and interpret the very book that contains the laws that govern us. And that should not be a preserve for only the few. It should be a right of every Zambian. And the Constitution speaks to that all women and men be treated equal, and also give to the development of this country. But every citizen should have some basic knowledge about the Constitution. And that will help and cure some of the concerns and misinformation out there. Honorable colleague, I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The constitutional amendment has been motivated by two major factors, such as the enhanced CDF, which is not achieving equality and equity. Hearing the roadmap, it shows that the delimitation will be amended end of July or early August this year, which by the time we'll be expecting the 2026 budget to be announced in September. The delimitation exercise comes with increased cost of human capital. Our space in the chamber here, the accommodation, emoluments, and a lot of other stuff. Is government already thinking of incorporating the expected cost in the budget for 2026? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Again, Madam Speaker, through you, I want to thank my colleague who in many ways we share a conversation that relates to this nation for the progress of our nation. I think we have all heard this saying that where there is political will, anything is possible. What has been a problem in this country is the lack of leadership. Leaders who can say, I've heard everything, but because you've given me the mandate to lead, let's proceed and let's do this for the sake of the nation. And sometimes when you are a leader, and I'm learning this myself, it can be a lonely place. I remember President Chiluba saying, Infumu taitukana abantu, abantu ebatukana infumu. I was young, but I really took that word. It means, as a king or chieftainess, queen, people can insult you, but you cannot go and stand on the mountain and start insulting them back, because then they'll say, what kind of a king do we have? What kind of a leader? So a lot of times leaders hold their anger, hold their reasons because of the position that it takes. That wisdom from Chiluba, I took it so seriously, and it's coming in handy for me at the position where I am. And you can imagine a president or other leaders. Then it was Mwanawasa's time when he was being, what is the word? The inaugural of him becoming president. And was it the aunt spoke in Lenje, Ono Levi Bonsava Mbako, to mean all these people, whether they voted for you or they didn't vote for you, they are all yours. I share those two leaders, and in their moments of their lives, I have come to attest in my own little corner how those words were full of wisdom. So what am I saying, honorable colleague? We have to have the will, because Nelson Mandela said everything looks difficult until it is what? It is done. That's why you have the breakers of records. They have broken this race. It has never been done, but they did it. When you look at the Commonwealth, where some of us went and spoke in the Parliament of the UK around the 100 years of women's rights of suffrage, they don't even all come in the House. I stand to be corrected. The Honorable Chonya is agreeing, because she's a leader in an organization of all women in politics. They come as they are needed. We were in Uganda with Madam Speaker Deputy Speaker 1. They don't also come. Even this issue that we still have here of a quorum, it may be something we may want to interrogate. Because every member wants to come to the House so that your people can see you. But if you know that you don't really have the main business in the House, maybe we need to think outside the box. What about this whole room? Can it be expanded? If there are artifacts that we are worried about, we go to museums. Madam Speaker, Chicago is one of the best cities with best museums. What do they do in some places? Where the artifacts are, they can push, but still get the wall of whatever you're trying to preserve, and still show the public this is the original stone of 18th centuries or whatever it is. So I think what we need is to agree and not limit ourselves because of space. What about these public galleries? Maybe that gallery there, the other members can sit there, especially the independents. Maybe they can sit there. I'm making a joke out of the situation. Then, Honorable Nalolo, pardon me, that's my friend. Then you can have the ambassadors or whoever you think the dignitaries sit in the first rows on both sides. I think if there's something that we are all, if there's something we are learning from Trump, sometimes it takes presidents who can dare and do the unthinkable for governments to make a difference. And I think this president, in the name of Hakainde Hichilema, he's that one leader who wants this country to change for the betterment of our children. And as me, as a grandmother of two, I'm excited for Zambia right now.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member Fonkana, hold on to your point of order. I want to go through this quickly because we don't have much time. Honorable members on my right, forgive me, please. I want to concentrate on my left. The Honorable Member for Chadiza.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you very much for that elaborate statement. You mentioned of a technical committee on the electoral reform, of which you stated that almost all stakeholders are involved or were involved in coming up with the aforesaid technical report. Honorable Minister, now that these people were involved in coming up with a technical report, of which I am not surprised that that technical report contains some of the amendments which are coming before this House, like on delimitation. And the delimitation requires constitutional amendments. Now, listening from the general public, it's like those very stakeholders are already busy criticizing this House for these constitutional amendments. Now, how genuine are they when they participated in some process which they knew very well that would eventually require constitutional amendments? What picture are they portraying to the general public? I would want you to just make a mention or just state a statement with regards to what I've asked. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Well, and this is why it was so important, Madam Speaker, through your wisdom, that we came and brought the statement to the Zambian people. Unfortunate, in the world where we are, whether we like it or not, it is a fast world, it is a world of misinformation, and it is a time where everyone is the chief editor of news. And there is no way you can verify who's saying what, and that's unfortunate. And that is why, Honourable Member of Parliament from Chadiza, your question is so critical. I just mentioned a few of those who are party or who are members of the ERTC, which is still ongoing, which we are waiting for, so that we can also inform part of the drafting process and to also use it as one way we can say it is part of the consultation process. I think the dilemma or the challenge we find ourselves in as Zambians is to want to do the same things the same way, and maybe expect different results. I was very categorical when I talked about the commissions, and one of the commissions was actually done before I was born, the Chona Constitutional Review Commission. We cannot throw away the wisdom, the knowledge, the time, the money, the resource that was put into that, and also their recommendations. Those have been taken on board. What about the Vunga Constitutional Review? What about the Manakatwe? What about the Mungomba? And so on and so forth. These are men and women who have contributed, and many of them, Honourable Member, have spoken to the same issues. What has been lacking is the ability to do what is needed. That is what we have been lacking. And that is why we are saying, as the government currently who are governing this country, together with all the wisdom that has been harvested from the different commission review reports, even what's going on in the process of the RTC, and indeed in the process of the gazetting and what will come out of there, together with the report that will come out of the select committee, can we move forward together? It is therefore now for the Zambians, for my fellow colleagues, to go out there. Honorable Kambwili, who was my closest friend in this parliament, who I think we have known him to say, Ati insoni ebuntu. So if we were saying there is a 50+1, and you have heard that it's not there, let's accept that I think we were misled. If we heard that the president wants to extend his tenure by increasing it to 7 years, you have to hold me accountable. We can never come back and put that in. How would the Zambians look at us? That is why I was given as much ample time, and this document is no longer my document, neither is it for Minister of Justice, it's for the public to now say, here we had wrongly judged them, and here are things they have missed, can we add, for the sake and for the progress of this nation. What we cannot afford, my fellow colleagues and the Zambians out there, is to continue to be a country that is celebrated because of our democracy and yet behind in a lot of things. And maybe, Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity also, because I've heard people say, well, you do have clauses in the Constitution, especially even on nomination. The President could have nominated more women. And you are right, even though it says may and not shall. Then they go to 259 and they say, yes, even there is the progress, a leeway for those appointing to consider gender representation or equal representation. You are right. But guess what? It was in this parliament, one of my loud voices to the speaker then, Honorable Matibini, was the need for more women in parliament. And he would look straight in my eye, honorable colleagues, and say, Kasune, I hear what you're saying. I know you've been an advocate on women issues for years. But as long as Zambia does not have a legal framework to even actualize, to even bring to life some of the articles as that of appointing, we will never get the numbers that we want. The countries we are celebrating today, who are at 46%, 39%, almost 50%. These are countries that have been unapologetic and not, they have been deliberate to ensure that women are part of the fabric of governance. May I even make it clear that statistics show you, and honorable members who are men, our hope is that the traditional constituencies can remain as traditional constituencies. Meaning you don't have to be intimidated by us women to say we'll come after your constituencies. Those can remain under the simple majority. No, I want to clarify. Because some of your concerns may be now they will divide the constituencies of 156. Honorable Jack is listening in clearly to say half will be for women, half will be for men. No. Our hope, if it comes to fruition, is that the one that we have under simple majority, which is where we all fight, the winner takes it all, the fittest takes it all, those can remain. Possibly. Maybe then you can create seats for women, whether it's district, whether it's province, whatever system we can all agree upon as Zambians. That is the way some countries have gotten to the increase of women in leadership. It is a simple thing if we are willing to do it. It can be difficult. Where there's no political will, anything cannot happen. And where there's political will, anything can happen. And I'm grateful for the he for she. People like Honorable Mpundu, this
I
one
would want to have more honorable members ask questions. I know the honorable minister.
Yeah, I'm getting heated up, ma'am. Let me conclude. Honorable Kangombe, he is one of the he for she advocates who is supporting women to come in numbers because he's not intimidated. Okay? And Honorable Jack Mwimbu here, her honor, he reminded us, women, if you do not stand up together, women, then it means what you are looking for will only come in 2031. Honorable colleagues, especially my fellow women, is that what you want? That we'll miss the opportunity when we had the first female speaker, your first Minister of Justice who is a female, and all of you in this house, we did not speak and say our voice louder that we want more women in Parliament, because women have been known to be effective, to be honest, and to be committed. And we need people like Honorable Kangombe, who are the supporters of he for she, to stand with us in this endeavor. I submit.
Thank you very much. I see honorable member for Kamfinsa is no more refusing, he's agreeing. I'm sure you have a mother, you have a daughter somewhere. The honorable member for Chama South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you and on behalf of the people of Chama South, we are very grateful to this government, to you, Honorable Minister, for the ministerial statement. We can't wait as people of Chama to have another 1 or 2 constituencies. Madam Speaker, Chama start from Lundazi to almost Isoka, which is almost 300 kilometers. You are moving in one district with 2 constituencies. So we can't wait to have this amendment passed. Honorable Minister, after this announcement, have you put in place measures to ensure that those of us who are in support of these amendments get on the ground, probably give us airtime in community radio stations, so that we explain to the people what this amendment means for them, just to counter disinformation that is already going out? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Justice, please try to be brief so that we can have 2 or 3 other questions.
Madam Speaker, it's also good to buy time, but I note the guidance. Indeed, Honorable Member, like we have said, unfortunately, the world is full of misinformation. And really, community radios are one of those places where we can take advantage. I don't think community radio station will require of us to pay. So this is a conversation that every media house should support. And so I think it is up to us as members to make ourselves available in our constituency, but even in Lusaka, because a lot of talking and a lot of misinformation sometimes is happening more in Lusaka. But definitely, where we have windows, let's share those, especially the Minister of Information and Broadcasting. I wish information and I think the name has changed at the end, would have been here. But I think all radio stations are looking for people to go and speak. The problem, like Martin Luther said, the blame on racism and slavery will not be only on the people who did the acts, but the people who kept quiet. And I think that's what you're trying to address, Honorable. Many times the louder people, the people sometimes with misinformation, are the loudest, and we who may have an opposing view or a supporting view for the amendment, we are not as loud or we are not as spoken as we should. So I encourage all of us members to go out there now that we have the statement and really indeed counter some of the misinformations that were out there. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. Honorable Minister, we want to sincerely thank you for the ministerial statement. However, Honorable Minister, we can only hope that the roadmap that you have drawn as government is actually adhered to, so that as we go back to the constituencies, we will have an opportunity also, as members of parliament, to disseminate this information. Just as my colleague from Chama South asked, Honorable Minister, it's important that you actually provide the platforms for us members of parliament to start disseminating this information so that we can tell the people exactly what the government's intention is. As you are aware, there is a lot of misinformation. Kindly assure us that as we go, and as we adjourn on Friday, you should be able to provide these platforms so that we can disseminate the correct information to the masses. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I think it was a comment following. So let's listen to the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central. Then we'll have Honorable Member for Katumbwa.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to ask a follow-up question. Minister, we are so grateful to your government and the cabinet and as a whole for this very, very important document. You have given us the roadmap and indeed the non-contentious issues you have brought. My question is, in 2016, there was recommendations that were done of the constituents that need to be delimited. Are we going to use the same report, or we are going to recommend for another one? Because we need to participate as members of parliament to give you the reasons why some constituencies need to be delimited. Thank you so much. That's my question.
The Honorable Minister of Justice, quickly, so that we allow another question.
Noted, ma'am. Indeed, Honourable Member, I know you said 2016, but it was 2019, and that is a report that is for the public consumption. All of us can get it at ECZ. I think it will be up to ECZ either to start from zero or to use that as a base of what now they will recommend to this executive. As you know very well that Honorable Lubinda did make a statement prior to 2021 election, and their basis of the 94 constituencies that were recommended was actually from that report. And that mandate sits with ECZ. So we will be waiting to hear from ECZ, and that is why you could see that we are still in this process, so that they inform us, and I think the roadmap did allude to that. So they're yet to give us that recommendation, and it is from there that we will know what they're recommending, and then the executive will decide how they want to go about it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Quickly, the Honorable Member for Katombo.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister of Justice. Honourable Minister, what is the advice that you would give the PF members that have run away when we are discussing a very important national document? Very few members from PF have remained, maybe just less than 10. They have run away, when we are discussing a grand norm of this country, which is the Constitution of Zambia, which is going to bring more women, more young people into this House. What is your advice, Honorable Minister? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
First of all, I think, as I alluded to, that there are safeguards in the Constitution, and that means that after the committee stage, there will be a report that will be brought, and people will have to vote. My hope, my prayer is that the 2/3 majority of this House will vote in support of the amendments. That's one. And that is why you have seen some of the PF members, such as the two, Binwe Ompundu, Kangombe and others and independents have stayed, because they are saying, even though we are from PF, we do support the amendment because it's progressive and we are in support of the leadership of President Hakainde Hichilema. So we are here because we support, and we appreciate you for staying and supporting the process. I thank you.
Thank you. Order. As the time is beyond 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Thank you very much for still staying with us on Parliament Television. And on the floor of the House was Minister of Justice, Honorable Princess Kasune, who was answering to follow-up questions by members of Parliament following a ministerial statement which she rendered earlier on the floor of the House. And this was a ministerial statement on the proposed constitutional amendments. Business on this ministerial statement is expected to continue after the break.
Yes, indeed. So business I did resume at 14:30 hours, and Madam Speaker did make some announcements. She did inform the House that the National Assembly of Zambia, as part of its reform agenda, has commenced engagements aimed at constructing a creche within the precincts of Parliament. She did say that the creche is a daycare facility for young children, while other parents and guardians are engaged in official duties.
She said that this will therefore be, they'll be unveiling the foundation stone for the construction of the creche on Thursday, 27th March 2025 at 09 hours, right here at Parliament buildings. And she said that the detailed program will be shared to guide the honorable members. She added that the unveiling of the foundation stone for the creche being done in March, the month that is globally designated for women, is a testament of the commitment to creating a gender and child-friendly environment within the precincts of Parliament. She added that she had extended that invitation to all honorable members of Parliament in the House to attend the unveiling of the foundation stone for the creche on voluntary basis.
And Madam Speaker also did recognize the presence in the public gallery of visitors from Solway's East Parliamentary constituency in Mushandamo district, visitors from Lusaka Central Parliamentary constituency, also pupils and teachers from Poplar Primary School in Lusaka district.
And she did welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia. And there was a ministerial statement earlier on that was rendered by the Minister of Education, and this was on the screening of students for the student loan scheme at the University of Zambia. Details of the statements will be given to you later. And yet to come is a motion to be moved by Mr. Christopher Kangombe, Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa, and this is entitled Create Incentives for Local Startup Companies. And in this motion, he is urging that this House urges the government to develop incentives for local startup companies owned by Zambians.
And of course, we also expect the consideration of 3 bills at different stages.
And just now we take a break.
Child marriage is an emerging economic and health concern across the world and remains a widespread problem, especially in developing countries like Zambia. Globally, 1 in every 5 girls is formally or in an informal union before reaching the age of 18. Child marriage cases continue to rise, and a number of organizations and chiefdoms are making frantic efforts to curb the vice that robs young ones of a bright future. First Lady Mrs. Butinda Hichilema has been a tireless advocate for children's rights as she launched the second conference on ending child marriage at Intercontinental Hotel in Lusaka. The organization brought together human and child rights activists, women and civil society organizations, all in an effort to stamp out child marriage in the country. The second conference on ending child marriage was different this time around, as the First Lady invited 100 Royal Highnesses countrywide, as she believes that mothers are custodians and protectors of girls.
I'm aware that there are many factors that lead to child marriage in our communities. Some of them are driven by economic and cultural factors. Addressing these causes require intense advocacy to raise awareness that may change people's mindsets regarding child marriages. As you can see, our gathering today includes all stakeholders from various places of influence. This conference is therefore an opportunity for all of us to rethink on how best we can end child marriage in Zambia. I'm particularly excited to have the presence of our queens from various chiefdoms whose role in this crusade cannot be overemphasized. This is the first ever we are including our chief spouses to be part of this crusade because their voice is very strong. We are leaving them behind, and yet these are the people who raises us. The voices of our queens in the crusade will add the main voices speaking against child marriage. Together, as stakeholders, we will speak the loudest and end child marriage in Zambia. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to call upon each one of you in your respective chiefdoms, organizations, and institutions to use your various platforms to commit to ending child marriage in Zambia. Let us all be ambassadors of ending child marriage.
Speaker of the National Assembly, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti, State Council FAPRA, said the Zambian Parliament passed historic legislation in 2023 making it illegal for individuals under 18 to marry, including under customary law. Lands and Natural Resources Minister Honorable Sylvia Masebo spoke on behalf of the Right Honorable Madam Muti.
The National Assembly of Zambia further addresses the issue of child marriage through the following measures. Establishment of the Parliamentary Caucus on Children, which looks into various issues affecting the child, including the issue of early marriages. The establishment of the Parliamentary Committee on Youth and Sport, which among other things discusses topical issues affecting the youth and debating matters that affect the youth in the house, including child marriage. Child marriage is a cross-cutting issue, and its eradication requires a multi-sectorial approach. Hence, this conference is timely, as it is represented by various key stakeholders to ensure effective eradication of the vice and enable both genders to contribute meaningfully to national development.
And UNICEF representative Mrs. Penelope Campbell stated that UNICEF and other cooperating partners are determined to end child marriage by 2030.
The UN remains very committed to working alongside the government of the Republic of Zambia to end child marriage by 2030, which is only 5 years to go, so we don't have long. We're actively collaborating with the Gender Division to finalise the Ending Child Marriage Strategy, building on the recent legislative progress, to ensure a strong framework for action. So now it's really time for action, for making change and really moving the needle. So this week we took a significant step forward by launching the investment case for strengthening the social service workforce. The social workers in our districts, our wards, our communities play a vital role in ending child marriage. And additionally, we continue working closely with traditional community leaders to protect girls from early pregnancy and to prevent child marriage. This year, the global program will further support the finalization of chiefdom-specific customary bylaws to end child marriage, and we're also partnering with the Ministry of Health to strengthen adolescent peer support initiatives in health facilities across targeted districts where there's higher burden, and advancing advocacy for child safeguarding in schools and communities, so really protecting girls in schools and communities.
Stakeholders such as Plan International and NGO CC talked about the work they've been doing over the years to eradicate child marriage.
Plan International works to shift perception and encourage actions that protect girls from damaging effects of child marriage. Through the meaningful dialogue, education, and collaboration, the Center works with traditional leadership to challenge and transform social norms that perpetuate child marriages. These leaders, respected and influential within their communities, serve as champions for the rights of the girls, advocating for change that resonates deeply within the local cultures. By empowering these leaders with knowledge, resources, and tools, Plan International and its partners are creating a strong, united front against the harmful practices of child marriage. Traditional leaders are not just voices of authority, they are also catalysts for creating safe spaces where girls can thrive, gain an education, and build their futures.
With support from our 111 member organizations, NGO CC has been implementing various programs under its 2024-2027 strategic plan. This plan adopts a multi-sectoral approach to empowering women and girls by addressing entrenched cultural norms and societal beliefs that sustain gender inequalities. Our interventions focus on transformative gender outcomes, particularly challenging social cultural norms that undermine the empowerment of women and girls. In this effort, we work closely with traditional and community leaders, many of whom have become gender champions. Additionally, NGO CC advocates for a strong policy and legal environment to protect and enhance the rights of women and girls while ensuring their full participation in development opportunities. Our contributions align with Zambia's 8th National Development Plan, which prioritizes gender equality and the elimination of harmful practices such as child marriage.
Gender Division Permanent Secretary Ms. Mayenga Kabika called upon government to mete out stiffer punishment to offenders of child marriage.
Despite government's efforts and all manner of investments from stakeholders, it's shocking that we still have people out there primitively believing that they can cure diseases and get rich by raping children. We have continued receiving high numbers of weird reports of fathers raping and sodomizing their own biological daughters and sons. This criminal gross misconduct is barbaric, and therefore perpetrators must be given the highest form of punishment available under the laws of this land. I therefore call upon institutions present here today and those listening to join hands with government in fighting such criminal injustice. Further, I call upon all judges and all law enforcers to be merciless when dealing with rapists and OGBV perpetrators, especially when it comes to sentencing. Perpetrators deserve the highest punishment possible so that the would-be perpetrators are deterred.
It was gratifying to see the First Lady donate 1,200 bicycles, 20 per province, for community mobilization of community members, all in an effort to campaign against child marriage. The First Lady also donated 2,200 sewing machines to empower women. Members of the community also received other assorted items. With such gestures from various stakeholders and the office of the First Lady, there is no doubt that child marriage will end by 2030.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Are you still watching Parliamentary Television, the only station dedicated to bringing Parliament closer to you? And our business resumes at 17 hours. At the time, business was suspended for 20 minutes health break. Under consideration was the ministerial statement rendered by the Minister of Justice on the proposed constitutional amendments.
And earlier on, there was a ministerial statement by the Minister of Education, Honorable Douglas Yakalima, on the screening of students for student loan schemes at the University of Zambia. And there was also some announcements that were made regarding visitors to the institution. And Madam Speaker did recognize in the public gallery the presence of visitors from Lusaka Central Parliamentary Constituency. She also recognized the pupils and teachers from Macha Girls Secondary School in Choma District. And also present in the gallery were teachers and pupils from Poplar Primary School in the Saka District. And she also recognized in the public gallery visitors from Solwezi East Parliamentary Constituency in the Mushindamo District. And on behalf of the National Assembly, she welcomed the visitors to the institution. Madam Speaker also earlier on made an announcement in which she informed the House that as part of the reform agenda, she had engagements had been done and that were aimed at constructing a creche within the precincts of Parliament, and that the creche is a daycare facility for young children while their parents and guardians are engaged in official business. She said she will therefore be unveiling the foundation stone for the construction of the creche on Thursday, 27th March 2025 at 09 hours right here at Parliament buildings, and that the details will be shared to guide the honourable members. She further said that the unveiling of the foundation stone for the creche being done in March, the month that is globally designated for women, is a testament of commitment to creating a gender and child-friendly environment within the precincts of Parliament. She extended an invitation to all honourable members of Parliament in the House to attend the unveiling of the foundation stone for the creche on voluntary basis. So those are some of the announcements made so far. And still to come, there are 3 bills expected to be considered at different stages. There is the Cyber Crimes Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, to be considered at second reading stage, and the Geological and Minerals Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2024, to be considered in committee, and also the Plant Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2024, to be considered at report stage. And then after that, there is a notice of subject for debate on the motion of adjournment, and this is expected to be moved by Mr. Kangombe, Member of Parliament for Kafinsa, and the subject matter is address challenges of the delays in the payment of local contractors and suppliers of mining companies. So that is what is expected to come after the break. And just before the House went on break, the House was considering the ministerial statement that was rendered by the Minister of Justice on the proposed constitutional amendments, and the Minister of Justice was answering to follow-up questions from members of Parliament. So business is expected to start from there. Good afternoon. You are watching Parliament Television. The bells are still ringing, a symbol that a quorum has not been constituted after the break. And it is a requirement that 1/3 of the members of Parliament have to be in the House for business to continue. So in this regard, the bells will still ring for the members of Parliament to come back and business to continue. So on the floor of the House is a ministerial statement that was rendered by the Minister of Justice on the proposed constitutional amendments, and there's been a debate, and just before the break the Minister of Justice was answering to some follow-up questions from members of Parliament.
Yes, indeed, and still to come, we expect
Order, honorable members, let's make progress. When business was suspended, the House was considering the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Justice, and the Honorable Minister had just finished presenting the statement. We now move to the next item. Notes of motion. Not so. Point of order. Honorable Member Fonkana, what's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, initially addressed on a point of order, and you are directed that you come back to me. This point of order, Madam Speaker, is very important because what has been discussed before we went to break, there's need for clarity, otherwise we may confuse people. The Minister of Justice has alluded to two issues, Madam Speaker, which must be clarified. Standing Order number 71 requires clarity on the issues that we tender before the House. The Minister of Justice spoke to two issues, namely delimitation through which members of Parliament are elected through the first past the post, which is the electoral system we use. She has also intimated to the issue of proportionate representation, which is a system as adopted in other countries like South Africa that does not require people to vote for individuals but political parties. Is the Minister of Justice, is she going to do justice to the Zambian people if we do not clarify when they speak to issues of proportionate representation, what exactly are they referring to? Otherwise, we stand to lose the people who follow this conversation. I seek your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Fonkana. If we were listening to what the Honorable Minister was saying, was that these issues are going to be further looked at after the report from the Electoral Commission is submitted. So this session was just to allay the fears or the allegations that were being made. So the Honorable Minister has outlined the non-contentious issues that the Executive wants to bring to the House as proposed amendments. That just for that, and also the roadmap. The details of how this proportional representation is going to be done, whether it will be a quota system, reserved seats or whatever, those will be examined following the report of the Electoral Commission of Zambia, because they prepared a report date which was submitted in 2019. So let's continue interrogating, asking, and engaging ourselves so that we know the process, first the content, and also the roadmap. But my observation from the honorable members is that when this ministerial statement was being presented, there was a lot of not listening. There was agitation, like the process, the ministerial statement should not be successfully be delivered. That's why when the questions were being asked, I was forced to show serious that I was going to move to the next item. I even moved to notes of motion. I just wanted to warn the honorable members that if we continue with the noise that was being made, I'll move to the next. And when honorable member for Matero was asked to ask a point of clarification, I told him, you are asking a point of clarification on the ministerial statement by the Minister of Justice, if you were following. So, honorable members, let's be in one accord. This is a very important item for me. Speaking for myself, I consider this very important, and that's why I gave time to the honorable minister, enough time to first of all read the statement, two, for honorable members to ask their questions. So it's unfortunate that some honorable members who are representing people from their constituencies opted to walk away from a serious process such as the one that we're doing today. So the honorable member from Nkana, let's wait. The process is still ongoing. It's not closed. Today it was just to show people where the government or the executive was going. I think that should be able to clarify that point. So can we make progress now? Notes of motion. The honorable member for Kamfisa.
Madam Speaker, it is my great honor, Madam Speaker, and privilege to move a motion urging government, Madam Speaker, to develop incentives for local startups that are owned by Zambians. I beg to move.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable member for Sioma. There are some elephants on the way. Seconded by the honorable member from Frira. The question is that this House urges the government to develop incentives for the local startup companies owned by Zambians. Any debate? The honorable member for Kamfisa.
Madam Speaker, once again I want to thank your office for allowing this proposal coming from the people of Kamfisa, Madam Speaker, to be tabled today regarding incentives for local startups that are owned by Zambians. Madam Speaker, I want to clarify my motion so that even as we discuss this issue, everyone who's going to contribute to this conversation, Madam Speaker, is clear on what exactly the proposal is. Madam Speaker, a startup is a company or a business venture that basically is put together by people that have got an idea. So if you've got a business idea and you are starting for the first time, you are classified as a startup. There's a big difference, Madam Speaker, between a startup and those that have been operating, those that have been running businesses for so many years, those that have encountered challenges and they know how to navigate around various businesses. But for a startup, Madam Speaker, these are young men and women either in university who think that they can participate, for instance, in the ICT space. This is about young people, Madam Speaker, or those that are slightly above the age of a youth, or those that are even in their 50s, who feel that now they need to start running a business. Because they are a startup, Madam Speaker, they face various challenges. I have been doing a lot of consultation over the last couple of weeks, Madam Speaker, and the feedback coming from various people that want to do business for the first time, their argument is that, number one, the available opportunities to access finance, Madam Speaker, do not allow startups to actually be able to grow in that business. And I'll give a very practical example, Madam Speaker. There are people that want to venture, for instance, into the ICT space. They feel that there are opportunities in the ICT space because most people now are using gadgets. The requirements, Madam Speaker, for a license, the requirements, Madam Speaker, for a license to be able to operate space in the ICT space, Madam Speaker, the requirements are too many. And because people are asking, how is it possible, Madam Speaker, that a company can come from a country as far as China, for instance, and be able to register and begin operating in Zambia quite easily because they are accessing finance at a cheaper cost from where they are coming from. So the first challenge that most startups are facing, Madam Speaker, is the access to finance. Secondly, Madam Speaker, there's been a huge outcry from those that want to set up businesses for the first time. That, Madam Speaker, there are too many licenses that have to be paid for. If you are going to register a company at PACRA, it is a fee that is already prescribed. After you register your company at PACRA, Madam Speaker, as a startup, you are required now to comply to other regulations. You need a business permit. You need a health permit, Madam Speaker, to operate in any district. You need to pay fire certificate, Madam Speaker, to operate any form of business. When we add these requirements, Madam Speaker, for those who are starting for the first time, the complaint is that the requirements are too many. So this motion today, Madam Speaker, is very clear. The motion is not discussing those that have operated businesses for many years, because those may have found a way to survive. The motion is basically saying, can we look at incentives for local startups? I'll give another example, Madam Speaker. There's a requirement for you to get an investment license in Zambia. If you are a foreigner, you need to commit $250,000. For a Zambian to benefit from those incentives that are under that scheme, you need to invest $50,000. My question, Madam Speaker, is very simple. Are we discussing those who can raise $50,000 and claim benefits from the Ministry of Commerce? Madam Speaker, those are not the people we are discussing. We are discussing people that have got ideas that want to start running businesses. Can we give them a period to grow, Madam Speaker? The request coming from Kitwe, the request coming from all these young men and women that are doing business is that, can we be allowed to grow within a period of 2 to 3 years? Can we be allowed to navigate around the challenges of starting business for the first time? Because we want to grow. And Madam Speaker, I am a bearer of that simple message. I know that the Ministry of Commerce may have interventions that may be covering a broad spectrum of people. But today the conversation, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Honorable Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises, we are looking at people that want to start. They believe they have a business idea, Madam Speaker. They believe that there is potential for business in Zambia for them to make money. But Madam Speaker, upon registering a company with PACRA, they are now faced with challenges. ZRA expects that they will pay their taxes. ZRA will expect that they will comply with so many regulations, Madam Speaker. And our young people are saying, if a foreign company is exempted from paying certain obligations, I know there are development agreements that are signed for foreign direct investment. Why can't we start packaging special incentives, Madam Speaker, for this special group? Because we want young people to be able to grow into the business. Why can't we decide as government, why can't we decide as policymakers that this group of people that want to start business deserve incentives? And my standing here today, Madam Speaker, is not about any other complicated issue. I want to appeal to the minister responsible, and I know there are two. I know this might be a cross-cutting issue, Madam Speaker, and I'll give a last example. You go to any of our mining companies, if you want to register a company to supply goods and services, they'll give you a long list of requirements, Madam Speaker, and you are a startup. Can you penetrate that business environment because of those requirements, Madam Speaker? It is practically impossible. So the message from Kamfinsa, directed, Madam Speaker, to government is very simple and straightforward. We are not discussing people that have learnt the ropes We are not discussing, Madam Speaker, people that understand different ways of accessing finance. We are discussing people that have got innovative ideas, and their conviction is that they should be allowed to grow. And the motion today, Madam Speaker, which I seek public support for, which I seek support from both the left and the right, is that while we look at the bigger businesses that have stabilized, can we also sit down and ask ourselves, what could be the incentives for those who are starting up? And Madam Speaker, I'm not discussing startups owned by foreigners. I'm discussing startups, business starting for the first time, that are owned by Zambians. The request that have been requested to forward to government, Madam Speaker, is that we need to develop incentives that are targeted at local startups that are owned by Zambians. Minister, you will do justice to grant us that wish, because it will help our young people begin innovating and begin implementing their innovative ideas. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this great opportunity to present a matter that concerns our people out there. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mufurira.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank the mover of this motion for this very brilliant idea aimed at supporting Zambians with entrepreneurial minds who want to contribute to the growth of commerce and industry in this country. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it is a motion worth supporting, because startups, as the mover of the motion has made a definition, companies that are beginning business for the first time. And in this case, we are looking at those that are being started by Zambians. Madam Speaker, startups belong to a category that would say micro, small, and medium enterprises. Because when they start, they are micro. If they are successful, they grow to small, to medium. Ultimately, they become big corporations. But the problem is at the beginning, especially our Zambian businesses. Madam Speaker, it is very important to consider this motion positively, because startups form micro, small, medium enterprises. And worldwide, most of commerce and business is actually supported by small and medium enterprises. Even here in Zambia, there is evidence to show by a report in 2021 that in fact 70% of the GDP of this country is contributed by small and medium enterprises, whose root is as the startups. They contribute 88% of employment, over 97% of the business. So by supporting these startups, we are actually supporting or broadening the economic base of this country. But the problem is that without incentives, these startups are expected to hit the road running, just like businesses that have been operating for a very long time. As a result, we see a lot of people just moving with their papers in the envelope, year in, year out, renewing licenses. But if you ask if they have ever had business, no. But opportunities, yes, they've had. Based on the registration, based on the documentation, someone would receive an order for the first time. So without an incentive for the person to fulfill that order, it remains a pipe dream for their businesses to grow. Madam Speaker, these incentives should be aimed at facilitating, for example, access to affordable finance. A lot of people end up selling their invoices because they have failed to raise money to support or to finance the orders. Madam Speaker, a startup with an order is expected to go on the commercial market and access finance. The worst case, they are even asked to provide the collateral. Where can a startup starting business, and they have this business for the first time, where do we expect them to get collateral to provide? Where do we expect them to have enough cash to finance their businesses? And that is why this motion is urging the government that let us create some incentives For someone starting business, we need to give him access to affordable finance and create incentives even for those businesses that are providing affordable finance. I know that the government itself has got avenues. For example, we have the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme that partially is able to finance businesses for small, medium enterprises, including startups. We have things like CDF, the loan component. We have the CEC. But these have failed to come to the opportunities of these startups and small, medium enterprises because they are inadequately funded. There is competition. And also there is no coordination between these that I have mentioned, because you will find the same startup is looking for an opportunity to access affordable finance from CEC. The same startup is looking for an opportunity to access finance through CDF. And because these two are not talking, we end up duplicating or not assisting those that are needy. So, as we talk about giving an opportunity to access to startups to access affordable finance, we also need to coordinate these other opportunities that are already existing. So, access to affordable finance is a very big challenge. And if there was an incentive, whether government collaborating with the private sector or government increasing funding to those opportunities, then we would be seeing that our base for startups and small and medium enterprises will grow. Madam Speaker, some of the incentives we can look at, I've already talked about access to affordable finance, but we must also consider incentives that will benefit larger corporations. If these larger corporations can include or can involve the startups in their value and supply chain, give them an incentive, because then it will give them reason to support a startup. And should they provide those statistics to the government, even large corporations must be included in this, because the startups need a helping hand for them to move on. The other challenge where incentives are needed, Madam Speaker, is for the startups to be given access to foreign and local markets. Because it's one thing to start a business, you have an idea, you even have financing, but where is your market? You will find that all these market opportunities are blocked by large corporations. The supply networks, the outlets are all blocked by large corporations. But if there was a deliberate way in terms of creating opportunities for startups to penetrate those supply networks, it would help them to grow, it would help them to sustain their operations. Madam Speaker, there is also need to promote technology and innovation. The mover of the motion, to give an example, for example, if someone wants to go into ICT, that involves a lot of innovation, that involves a lot of technological input. But if there is no incentive in that regard, it remains a pipe dream. There are a lot of brilliant minds out there, but they cannot penetrate because they are treated as multi-corporations, as big corporations that have been running and operating for a very long time. And hence, they face challenges. So, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, in support of this motion, it is a call that if we are to create employment, if we are to grow our manufacturing base as a country, we need to look up to small and medium enterprises whose beginning is a startup. How are we going to hold their hands? How are we going to support them? Because we should not fall in the statistics. Worldwide, it is mentioned that a lot of them startups collapse within 5 years of registration, of commencing operations. Why? Because of these barriers. But with incentives, these barriers or challenges can be lowered, and we will be sure of growing our economy because we are supporting those that have entrepreneurial ideas to start businesses with a promise, with an assurance that their businesses will receive incentives, their businesses are assured of growing. Madam Speaker, with those words, I wish to second and support this motion. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Having listened to the mover and the seconder, I wouldn't know who is opposing the motion. I have no idea. Do we have anybody opposing? So we are pushing an open door. So then there's been no need for us to continue debating. I can call on the Honorable, I don't know whether it's the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry to respond.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I am most sincerely grateful for according me an opportunity to make a submission on the private member's motion, create incentives for local startup companies. That the House urges the government to develop incentives for local startup companies owned by Zambians. Madam Speaker, government wishes to acknowledge that the motion moved by the Honourable Member of Parliament for Kamthinsa, Honourable Christopher Kang'ombe, is very progressive, and as it resonates very well with government's aspirations and embodied in the various policy documents like the 8th National Development Plan. In this regard, I wish to also categorically state that government supports this motion. Madam Speaker, the motion we support is a motion that government has already started rolling, and this is evidenced even by the amendment of the Investment, Trade and Business Development Act of the year 2022 and 2024, to which Honourable Member Kang'ombe, Honourable Gordon Muila were a part of, and every member of Parliament that is in this House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must mention that as Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, the first mandate I was given by His Excellency the President was to review the Investment, Trade and Business Development Act, which is housed at Zambia Development Agency in my ministry. Yes, Madam Speaker, before the year 2021, yes, Madam Speaker, before the year 2021, there was no incentive that was allocated to Zambian business owners and Zambian business startups. All the incentives in this country were based on foreign direct investment. In the year 2022, Madam Speaker, and I must thank all the members of Parliament, in government, ruling, in opposition and independent, because at the instruction of His Excellency the President, we amended the investment, the ITBD, and now it has provided for investment, for incentives for both the local investors, equal to that which were given to the foreign investors. And beyond that, Madam Speaker, incentives have been provided now for local startups, Madam Speaker. Government, Madam Speaker, has recognized the crucial role that our local startups play in driving economic progress and has made very much progress in these concerted efforts to create an enabling environment for the enterprises to thrive. This commitment, Madam Speaker, is reflected in the establishment of various policies, Madam Speaker. The institutions, Madam Speaker, that support programs aimed at fostering the growth, competitiveness, and sustainability of the startups, Madam Speaker. Government, through various agencies such as Zambia Development Agency, Zambia Revenue Authority, and National Technology Business Center, offers a range of incentives and support mechanisms to foster the growth of startups. Madam Speaker, let me address the incentives and benefits to encourage the growth of enterprises that include the following, but not limited to: 1, tax holidays and reduced tax rates. Madam Speaker, this is now included even to Zambian startups, Zambian-owned businesses, Madam Speaker. It is also included in the ITBD, which this House, Madam Speaker, passed, which is now a law. Our local startup companies may be eligible, Madam Speaker, for a tax holiday for the first 5 years, Madam Speaker. I will repeat this, Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the members in the House and outside, because it is new in this country since 2022. Local startup companies may be eligible, Madam Speaker, for a tax holiday for the first 5 years of operation, depending on their location and sectors of operation, Madam Speaker. It was in this House, Madam Speaker, where we even revised in the year 2024 the ITBD to make sure that even local areas can also benefit from these areas. Rural areas, Madam Speaker, can be given incentives. So this, Madam Speaker, is a work in progress. What remains the most, Madam Speaker, is for the members of Parliament to go back and read the ITBD, which we passed in this House in 2022 and revised it in 2024. And they need to inform, educate our chambers of commerce on the incentives that lie in that document for startups that are locally based, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, government has gone a step ahead to reduce corporate tax rates, typically ranging from 15% to 35%, from 35 to 15%, depending on their taxability income and the sector that we have. Madam Speaker, I should be very categorical here for avoidance of being misquoted. It is not every sector that is going to get incentives of tax holidays. There will be priority sectors, Madam Speaker. Because why I want to emphasize on this point, Madam Speaker, they have left it open when they say Zambian startups get incentives, and they've gone ahead to mention a number of them. Dear colleagues and honorable members of Parliament, every government has got priorities in which it wants to grow its economy. Not only Zambia, but world over. What we are talking about today is value addition from our raw materials, process them more. When we give value addition, Madam Speaker, we create jobs. When we create jobs, Madam Speaker, we create businesses. When we create businesses, we create taxes that are used into free education, paying pensioners on time, among many others. So it is in these priority sectors, Madam Speaker, which the Honourable Member for Kamfinsa, Honourable Member for Mufulira are fully aware of the ITBD which we passed in this House. They just have to fully understand it and get to inform the public in their constituencies. Madam Speaker, in addition to financial incentives that the Honourable Members are calling for, we agree. Indeed, as a government, we should be very deliberate in supporting startups to get access to financing. It is the more reason why, Madam Speaker, and I am glad that it is the members of Parliament from the opposition that have raised this issue. The same members of Parliament, not of course Member Kangombe and Mwila, who have downplayed the influence of Constituency Development Fund. His Excellency the President has provided a fund only for Zambian business startups, where loans are given at 5%, Madam Speaker, not going into financial institutions which are giving them at 12%. 5% only. It is in this House, Madam Speaker, where we've got members of Parliament downplaying the influence of CDF, where we are even giving to a maximum of 200,000 kwacha per applicant in the CDF. Members of Parliament, you may be opposition, you may be independent, you may be UPND. We need to unite and do the right thing to our people who are starting businesses in our respective constituencies. So a fund has been provided. Out of the 36 million that you have, 30 million that you have, there is that provision for your people. So let us take this message to your people. Madam Speaker, government has not limited itself on helping startups from CDF. Even under my ministry, Zambia Development Agency, we have developed a fund primarily for Zambian business startups. Members of Parliament take responsibility, be very deliberate in engaging us in the executive on how we can support your respective constituencies to finance your business entrepreneurs, the startups that are coming on board. These are grants we are giving without even an interest on it. Madam Speaker, under the Ministry of Commerce, we have what we call Zambia Agri-Trade Project. This Zambia Agri-Trade Project, we're calling it ZATIP. We have a financing project that we have worth $170 million. We have rolled it across the country. Forms are available. Every member of Parliament in this House should come and apply through ZATIP. It is online through the Ministry of Commerce. We are giving grants, Madam Speaker, to a tune of 2 million kwacha per cooperatives in their areas. Members of Parliament, take this initiative and take the message to your people. Irrespective of the party you belong to, irrespective of the region you come from, this government is providing that fund. Beyond the grants we are giving, Madam Speaker, there is also a loan facility that we have provided for our people. All it takes is the members of this House to take the message. But ultimately, we agree to the proposal and the secondment by the members of Parliament that it is progressive. We have to be deliberate in growing and supporting our startups in this country. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you very much. There was an indication from the Honorable Member for Lunte for a point of order, and I told him, you wait, but he has walked out. He's just coming in. You know, at this rate, we can't, Honorable Member for Lunte, is it your first year, your first term in Parliament, sure? It's too late now. May the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa wind up debate.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much once again for the opportunity to present this motion. Madam Speaker, I was not going to move this motion if there is no problem to address. I think that the fact that this matter has been presented today and a commitment has been made by the Minister, there's a requirement under Parliament, Madam Speaker, that when a motion is accepted by both sides, a report must be prepared within 30 days on its implementation. My request, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people that requested me to raise these issues is that we need to comply with that procedure because a commitment has been made that incentives, Madam Speaker, will be implemented for our people. I've taken note of the issues that the Minister has hinted upon. Madam Speaker, some may not qualify as benefits for SMEs, for the lower bracket of businessmen and women, but we will rely on your report, which will be prepared within 30 days, on the implementation of the commitments that the Minister has made. Honourable Minister, I'm grateful that you did respond to some of the key issues that we highlighted. The expectation from our people out there is that we need to see results out of these various government policies. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the seconder of the motion, Honourable Mwila, for having taken time to elaborate some of the challenges that our startups are facing. Madam Speaker, once again, I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. I put the question. The question is that this House urges the government to develop incentives for local startup companies owned by Zambians. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The Cyber Crimes Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, second reading. Motion of 26 March, resumption of debate.
When business was interrupted yesterday, Tuesday, 25th March 2025, the House was considering the second reading stage of the Cyber Crimes Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, and the Honourable Member for Shiwangandu had just finished debating. There was an indication from the Honourable Minister of Information and Media, the Honourable Minister of Information and Media.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ventilate on this particular motion which is on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, I know that the Minister of Home Affairs will do justice in responding to some of the concerns that were raised, but for want of time, I thought I should join him in responding to some of the issues that were raised as concerns that in fact should not be presented as concerns over the Cyber Crimes Bill. Madam Speaker, there was an assertion yesterday by members on your left that not enough consultations have been conducted. And I think that the minister responded to that, and also the fact that there's still an opportunity for further input to be received on this particular bill. I wanted, Madam Speaker, to add that in the last 1 month or two, as a result of the deferment of this bill from this House, it has gripped the attention of many citizens across the nation, including the traditional leadership. Madam Speaker, only a few weeks ago, I did, in the presence of the board of the Independent Broadcasting Authority, did visit the Barose Royal Establishment to visit the Litunga. And the Barose Royal Establishment put it in black and white, and it was part of what was news on ZNBC, I believe, that they were calling for this bill as a traditional leadership, that this bill should be passed by this House to take care of those who are abusing others on or in the cyberspace. And just a few weeks ago, Madam Speaker, at the Nchwala traditional ceremony in Chipata, we saw, Madam Speaker, and it is in public domain, where Paramount Chief Mpezeni publicly, in the presence of the head of state, President Hakainde Hichilema, called on this government to pass this bill in order to mitigate for the abuse that is being occasioned in the cyberspace, particularly bullying of women, and also insults that are being unleashed, insulting elderly people by young people, something which is untraditional and traditionally accepted in this country. I am aware, Madam Speaker, that some of the people who are raising concerns that this will take away freedom of expression, freedom of speech, are actually the perpetrators of some of the vices that this particular bill seeks to address. Some of them hold very important offices in this land, to the level like being a member of Parliament, and they are on record shooting audios and or videos unleashing divisive hate and tribal sentiments using this particular space. It is very important, Madam Speaker, that this bill, therefore, is passed to ensure that these vices are addressed. Madam Speaker, I have given an example of people who hold important positions like members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, you know, it's foreign language, so it's understood. Madam Speaker, there is an issue which we really have to address as a Parliament, to recognize and accept that the cyberspace has become a dangerous platform for those people who want to be able to divide this country. They're exploiting the cyberspace to divide this country, and they are flourishing, and we must stop them now and here in order to keep the unity and peace of our country. Madam Speaker, there is also a lot of scamming which the Minister already alluded to on a daily basis. People are being scammed on these particular platforms. Madam Speaker, let me quickly respond to issues that I thought were very important for my concern. The issue raised by the Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa and I think another member who were wondering as to what the measure of reasonableness will be by the officer who will be apprehending these people. Madam Speaker, I speak with a background of being a police officer myself. And under the Police Act, we already have laws where a police officer or any citizen on a reasonable suspicion can arrest someone who is about to or is suspected to have committed an offense. So why should this reasonableness appearing in the cyber crimes bill be different from the reasonableness which we are already accustomed to? It is already there It is not a new invention, and therefore there is nothing to worry about. And further, Madam Speaker, reasonableness is not just to be determined by the arresting officer. It is actually, when questioned, determined by the courts of law. And the measure of reasonableness is determined by a reasonable man, common sense, a man at Clapham Bus. That is what it is at law. So if in an event that a police officer has exceeded their authority to, without reasonable cause, arrest someone, there is remedy that the law provides. And this is to be found in terms of Article 28 of the Constitution of the Republic, Madam Speaker, wherein the Constitution of the land provides that if you feel that your rights are about to be violated or have been violated, you can seek recourse with the courts of law. Therefore, an assertion to say the rights of the people will now be in the hands of arresting officers is highly misplaced, and maybe it should be categorized as fallacious, because the law already provides for remedy to deal with those issues. And for clarity's sake, Madam Speaker, Article 28, being part of the Bill of Rights, supersedes any other article in the Constitution and any other law, be it written or unwritten. And therefore, Cybersecurity Act, whatever provisions it will bring in, if there will be at variance with the Bill of Rights, which is entrenched, it means that the Bill of Rights will take precedence, and therefore the courts will outlaw whatever provision may be passed through the cyber crimes bill. So there should really be no worry about this, because the rights some people are asserting that they will be taken away are being protected through the Bill of Rights, which is entrenched, meaning the Bill of Rights, even to be amended, it has to be through a referendum. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Chirubi, what's the point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The people of Chirubi are shocked, Madam Speaker, that the minister today has elevated the Bill of Rights as to be so important and can overlook other provisions. This is the same minister, Madam Speaker, yesterday, who went against Article 17 of the Bill of Rights, which talks about privacy, and he said it does not even exist. Is in order, Madam Speaker, that today he can elevate the Bill of Rights to the position that he has left it to. I submit, Madam Speaker.
I don't know what breach has been occasioned here, or how the point of order has been raised, or just an argument. I think we'll give you time to go and discuss outside. In the meantime, we need to do our work. Let's make progress. So the point of order is not upheld. Honorable Member for Shiwangandu wanted to raise a point of order, but the Honorable Minister of Information
thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam
responded.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, the point of order I was trying to raise was pursuant to Standing Order 71. We have a report here from your committee, and most of us who debated yesterday were making reference to that report. It's in that report, Madam Speaker, where your committee submitted that the time they were given to consider the bill was short, and they mentioned the 2 days they were given to scrutinize the bill. And premised on that, they advised that the bill be deferred. Is the Honourable Minister responsible for TV and radios in order,
honorable members, honorable member for Shiwangandu, order. Honorable members, let's refer to each other with some form of dignity. When you refer to Honorable Minister of Information and Media as Honorable Minister of TVs and radios, surely it's demeaning, to say the least. Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, you are a senior member of this House. I'm sure you know the language which we are supposed to use. and the respect that we should give to each other. So, Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, those issues that you have raised will be responded to by the responsible Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. I think those issues, we don't want to open the debate because the debate was done yesterday. We are now, the Honorable Minister was just responding to a few issues, and the Honorable Minister is going to wind up debate. So he's going to respond to that concern. May the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to wind up debate pertaining to the Cyber Crimes Bill. Madam Speaker, I would like to appreciate the submissions that were made by various members of Parliament on this very important matter. I do take note that most of the submissions, Madam Speaker, were being made pursuant to the report of the committee. As you may be aware, Madam Speaker, when the bill was presented in December, I graciously agreed to defer the bill with a view to consult further with the stakeholders. And I did mention that consultations were made with stakeholders. And I did assure members of this House yesterday that I was going to bring amendments to this House on the bill. True to my word, Madam Speaker, I've circulated amendments to the bill, which amendments are available for members of Parliament to scrutinize. And members of Parliament are also at liberty to make amendments. I've noted that the Honourable Member of Parliament for Kafinsa has made some amendments to the other sister bill, which is the Cyber Security Bill. That is how it should be. Madam Speaker, I would like to be very reconciliatory today. I just want to thank most of the members who submitted and earnestly request the members of Parliament to support this bill, especially the Honourable Member of Parliament for Lunte, to graciously support the bill which is on the floor. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you most sincerely.
All the honorable members, time to make the decision. I put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The Cyber Crimes Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee stage to be taken tomorrow, 27th March 2025, which is Thursday. Next order.
The Geological and Minerals Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2024, committee stage.
The House will now resolve into committee.
the Geological and Minerals Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2024. Clause 1, short title, any debate, any objection, Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, interpretation, any debate, any objection. The question is that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that clause number 2 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 2 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection, amendment is agreed to. Clause 2 as amended, any further debate? See none, I put the question. The question is that Clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3, appointment of directors. Any debate, any objection? The question is that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
I beg to move that clause 3 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 3 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection, amendment is agreed to. Clause 3 as amended, any further debate? I put the question. The question is that Clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 3 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4, designation of authorized officer. Any debate and objection? Clause 4 is agreed to. Clause 5, powers of authorized officer. Any debate and objection? Clause 5 is agreed to. Clause 6, functions of Director of Geological Survey. Any debate and objection? The question is that Clause 6 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
I beg to move that clause 6 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 6 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate and objection? Mr. Kalobo.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity to comment on Clause 6. Madam Chairperson, I don't agree with the Minister where he is proposing to insert I, which is talking about the promotion of beneficiation and value addition. Madam Speaker, these words they want to insert are making this bill rhetoric. Inside this bill, there are no clauses that are supporting this. For example, in the absence of this bill demanding for 40% equity shares, how can it promote beneficiation? Without this bill demanding these mining companies, license holders, to be listed on stock exchange so that citizens can benefit, how can we promote beneficiation? On value addition, again, Madam Speaker, economic diplomacy demands that we should be attracting foreign direct investment that should prospect and open new mines, process minerals locally, and export finished products. We expected this bill to demand for a certain percentage of minerals produced in Zambia to be reserved for value addition. In the absence of that, this is just being rhetoric, hoodwinking Zambians, thinking that this bill will promote beneficiation and will promote value addition. So, Madam Speaker, I don't agree with the minister. ZDA, where is ZDA? We expect the ZDA to do much to attract investors. So, I don't agree with this misuse. The minister and his government, they are misusing words in this bill. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I think that as we come to debate, it is important that we do quite a lot of research. The Ministry of Commerce is working around that figure, number one. Number two, the Critical Minerals Act now caters for that. In fact, it is this government, Madam Speaker, that has announced that we are forming an SPV. I spoke to it on this very floor, that this government has even formed an SPV where it will be doing one, value addition, and two, mineral trading. And how we are going to do that, Madam Speaker, is by having access to metal. These are things that I've mentioned on the floor of this House. So, Madam Speaker, I still insist that this stands amended as it is. I thank you.
I put the question. The question is that Clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 6 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7, geological survey, mapping and exploration. Any debate and objection? The question is that Clause 7 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that Clause 7 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 7 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate? Any objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 7 as amended. Any further debate? Mr. Kalobo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Or Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, this is not complete. We wanted a process that was going to clearly spell out the framework for these landowners who are affected. To clearly spell out the framework, the timing, everything. Now, this one gives the power to the minister. At the end of it is saying the minister shall prescribe, giving a blank check to the minister. We want an administrative control here. We wanted the complete thing to be given here. So, Minister and your government, we expected this bill to clearly spell out the framework, not to give you power, you as an individual. You must be controlled administratively. Yes, I know it is an office, but that's why there is administrative law. He's just an individual. The same on the local content. Even the same on the local content is giving him power to spell out the threshold. This is legislating corruption, Madam Speaker. I'm not saying the minister is corrupt. We may have a minister who is corrupt in the office. These money multinationals, they may say, we'll open an account for you in Panama where we'll put money. Someone will fail to contain that pressure. That's why we want thresholds here. A clear roadmap to be spelled out, and even the timing on how these landowners will be affected, how they will be compensated. Things must be clear, Madam Speaker. Why should a single individual be given a blank check? It's a daylight robbery, legislating corruption. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. Just a reminder to the Honorable Member, you were given an opportunity to bring proposed amendments from you. However, I'll ask the Honorable Minister to respond. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Chairperson, I was almost thinking that procedure of Parliament is that these things should have brought to our attention 24 hours before.
this bill is presented so that we have, you know, a proper response in terms of whatever debates are being put. However, when you read this article, I think there is a misinterpretation from my colleague, the honorable member, because this is talking about if we are doing any works on any land and there is extensive damage, maybe exploration or something. The bill is very clear that an owner or occupier of land may, where substantial damage is caused by the exercise of a power conferred under this section, claim compensation. So this person is actually given the leeway to be able to claim compensation. And Madam Speaker, we must not, when we are debating over, it could be a constitutional matter or anything for that matter, we must not narrow it to the people that we are seeing who are holding those particular offices. We must look at institutions, because it is not meant for Honorable Paul Kabuswe, because I'm not going to be Minister of Mines forever. But it is an institution that we are looking at, and that's why we are couching the law the way we are couching it. And as such, Madam Speaker, I still stand by what I said. Let it be as it is. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Kampiongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to appreciate the Minister for acknowledging this debate we had put up when the bill came on the second reading. The genesis of this matter, Madam Speaker, is that landowners who have got title to a piece of land must have some retained rights. And this compensation we were talking about, which was absent in the initial bill, was to the effect that people can come to your land, explore the minerals, and live without any beneficiation to the landowner. And we also have a traditional land which is owned by our traditional leaders. So now, the compensation is now proposing here is for the damage caused to any portion of land. And they are leaving this to be, determined. What would have been done, and I agree that the minister here may have good intentions by saying it can be prescribed. Why don't you just put it in the law? So that it's clear that, and people can refer to the law, that anyone whose piece of land has been, damaged through exploration of minerals is entitled to compensation. And then you just determine how that compensation can be worked out. To leave it to an office order is where the challenge comes in. Because then it depends on which side. If the person whose land has been damaged is a weaker, he might not get he or she might not get any beneficiation. So it would have been just important to put it in a section which can be referred to, other than being prescribed. I think that's a argument that the Honourable MP for Sakiri was trying to put up. I submit, Madam Speaker. Madam Chairperson.
The Honourable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to make it clear, Madam Speaker, when you look at the Minerals Commission Act now, these issues have been dealt with very clearly. You cannot go on a parcel of land which is titled with a mining license and just start doing things without consent from the title holder. That is protection number one. The damage that you do, when you look at this, Madam Speaker, when I read through, as you have said it, Honourable Member, even the word as prescribed, it is inserted in the bill. So really, Madam Speaker, the owners of land are actually very protected in these two bills. That is why, if you remember, I had said we must be reading this bill together with the Mines and Minerals, the Minerals Commission Act, when this becomes an act of parliament. Because some of the things I remember, as I was watching the time that, the acting Minister of Mines was presenting, even issues of, no, we have not taken care of chiefs came up on the floor, when in fact the Minerals Commission Act adequately empowers chiefs to have a huge say in terms of licensing. So, Madam Speaker, I still insist that we go by what I've said, stands amended as it is. I thank you.
I put the question. The question is that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 7 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8, functions of Director of Artisanal and Small-Scale Mining. Any debate and objection, Clause 8 is agreed to. Clause 9, functions of Director of Mineral Investment Promotion and Local Content. Any debate and objection? The question is that Clause 9 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that Clause 9 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 9 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate and objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 9 as amended. Any further debate? I put the question. The question is that Clause 9 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 9 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10, preference for Zambian products, contractors, and employment of citizens. Any debate and objection? Clause 10 is agreed to. Which one, Honorable Member? Clause 10. There is no amendment that has been put. There is no amendment that has been put.
I want to make a comment in reference to your report. I want to make a comment in reference to your report that was before this House.
Yes, the Honorable Member, what we are saying is that on Clause 10, there is no amendment that has been done. It remains the old
yes, Madam
clause that has been there.
It is the old, but I'm rising to defend what I had submitted to the committee. I had tendered in a written submission, and after your report anonymously went through, the executive agreed to, they have veered away from what they supported that day. That's why I want to make a comment on it. There is a component where a proposal to include a threshold for coal mining activities and non-coal mining activities as an administrative control, where a minister cannot go below. This was agreed to by the executive in this in your report. I know one will contend that the standing order, the report is not binding, but the social contract the UPND government has with the people is binding. So we want to find out what is so difficult for them to include a threshold where they cannot go below. For example,
Order, Honorable Member. Much as we appreciate your submission, but according to the procedure, we are looking at the clauses one by one. And where there is no amendment, I don't think there is any issue there, because it remains so. How I wished, like I had mentioned to you, if you wanted to bring a change to the clauses, you are supposed to have done that and give it 24 hours notice. So as it is now, there's nothing that we can do, because you didn't give notice, we can't change it, and the minister also has not brought any amendment over the same. Thank you. So we move to Clause 10 again, preference for Zambian products, contractors, and employment of citizens. Any debate and objection? Clause 10 is agreed to. Clause 11, restrictions on removal of minerals. Any debate and objection? Clause 11 is agreed to. Clause 12, establishment of artisanal and small-scale mining fund. Any debate and objection? The question is that clause 12 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 12 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that clause 12 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate and objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 12 as amended. Any further debate? Mr. Kalobo.
Madam Chairperson, we agree with the deletion of subclause 5 because it was at variance with the Public Debt Management Act of 2022. But we want to bring to the attention of the Minister that we have read all the documents, the Mineral Regulation Bill, the Geological Bill. I'm saying so it's because of what he just submitted that we should read. We have read, and we've been advising he's not listening. For example, on the local preference, we have said the meaning that has been assigned to the citizen empowered, the one which is in the CEC, is the one which is in the CEC Act. It will mean that no indigenous Zambian will benefit from those incentives. Is not listening. That is why we are drawing all those. We have read and we submitted to the committee. So, Minister, we are not fighting here. When we ask on behalf of the people. We have read documents. Here I'm seated with the mineral regulation, which is in law now. I have the bill. I have the Madam Speaker's report here. We have all the reports. And Madam Chairperson, the genesis of all this is the Mines and Mineral Development Act, which was repealed. And he did promise here that everything that has been left out will be catered for in the Geological and Mineral Development Bill. But he has technically, him and his government technically, they have curtailed everyone to comment on other things using the objects of this Geological Bill. So we expected you to strengthen the Mines and Mineral Development Act through these fragmented laws that you have brought. But you are using these fragmented laws to weaken the process. We told him here that you should have brought the two together, because for local preference it will be absent. You are going to create a vacuum. What is happening in Mopani now? All the contracts, once the contract ends, the Indians have taken all the businesses, including transportation. Now it has gone to those Zambians who are in senior management. They've brought two Indians on the sides. Once the contract ends, the press with an Indian. So, in an event that the UPN, okay, they are genuine, and they would want to sanction them for what is happening at Mopani, which law are they going to use? Because after this geological bill becomes law, they will not reverse, because law does not operate in retrospective. So there is no subsisting law in between here when they've acted in an Zambian manner. So we need them to be patriotic. So, Minister and your people, the contractors and suppliers are suffering. You've been telling us through this parliament that you have paid contractors. You are giving business to contractors. Can you parade them? Parade them here. We see those who were paid, because people are crying.
Remember, the minister can't parade people.
No, I'm not hearing off, Madam Chairperson. It's him.
Point of order, Madam
Chairperson. It's him who wants to the regulation.
Point of order. Honorable member.
This is
Point of order. You are veering off.
Order, you can take your seat. That is the reason, or it leads to this if we start debating ourselves. The Honorable Member, Mr. Kalobo, you are just supposed to debate the bill. Ask a question or debate the bill, not debating what the minister has done or what he has not done. Let's be focused to the bill. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, you can answer, you can respond.
Madam Speaker, I still maintain Madam Speaker, I still maintain, Madam Speaker, that the clause stands amended as it is. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I put the question, order, honorable members, order. I put the question. The question is that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 12 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Mr. Kalobo, I've seen that you've got issues which cannot be resolved here as we are following the procedure, but I'm sure you can visit the Honorable Minister's office so that you iron out some of those things. We are following procedure. We make progress. Clause 13, management of fund. Any debate and objection, clause 13 is agreed to. Clause 14, accounts and audit. Any debate and objection, clause 14 is agreed to. Clause 15, annual report. Any debate and objection, clause 15 is agreed to. Clause 16, guidelines. Any debate and objection, clause 16 is agreed to. Clause 17, prohibition of publication or disclosure of information to unauthorized persons. Any debate and objection, clause 17 is agreed to. Clause 18, order, honorable members, order. Clause 18, immunity. Any debate and objection, clause 18 is agreed to. Clause 19, regulations. Any debate and objection, clause 19 is agreed to. Long title. Any debate and objection, long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of the Whole House has gone through the Geological and Minerals Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2024 with amendments.
Day for consideration of the report.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Consideration of the report to be taken tomorrow, Thursday, 27th March 2025. Next order.
The Plant Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2024, report stage.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
As no notice has been received of any further amendment, is it your will that the report of the committee be adopted? Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. Day of third reading.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Third reading of the bill to be taken tomorrow, Thursday, 27th March 2025. The acting leader of government business, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
Notice of an item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received. The Honourable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful once again for the opportunity to make a few comments on an issue, Madam Speaker, which concerns local suppliers and contractors in the mining sector. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons why people look for business opportunities is for them to be able to support not only their families, Madam Speaker, but be able to create jobs for those who are not able to find employment. And what has been a practice, Madam Speaker, is that when you are given a business opportunity, within a period of 30 days, Madam Speaker, you need to be paid for the goods that you've supplied. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we have a challenge in the mining sector. And today I'll try and speak from a very general point of view without specifically mentioning one particular mining company. Madam Speaker, when people are given an opportunity to supply goods, in most cases, they have to go and borrow money from financial institutions. Now, Madam Speaker, if your invoice says you'll be paid in 30 days, and the mining company cannot give you the money that you are expected to receive within 30 days, what happens, Madam Speaker, is that where you borrowed the money, interest will begin accruing. Now, because on your supply side, the interest is accruing, by the time you are getting your money, Madam Speaker, in 3-4 months, what will happen now is that the cost of your money has actually been affected. And we have so many cases, Madam Speaker, of people that have lost property simply because a mining company was not able.
Sorry, Honourable Member for Kamfinsa, there is an indication for a point of order from the Honourable Member for Wengwa. What's the point of order, Honourable Member for Wengwa?
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to raise on a point and a serious point of order. Madam Speaker, we are debating a very, very important motion which the Honourable Member for Kamfinsa has brought. And if you look at the left, 95% of the members of Parliament from the PF are not in the House. And they have run away, imagine. And as I was counting, Madam Speaker, we don't have a quorum at the moment. I don't know if we can proceed with the business of the House when the PF members are outed. We don't have a quorum at the moment. Thank you very much.
Maybe clerks at the table, can we confirm a quorum? Order, honourable members, doesn't mean that now we can exchange pleasantries. 51, we're supposed to be. Unfortunately, we are only 51, we are supposed to be 56. So maybe ring the bells.
Thank you so much. You are still watching Parliament.
You reduce on the number of members that are in the House. You can use your phone to call your other colleagues.
So the House is considering the subject for debate on the motion of adjournment by Mr. Christopher Kangombe, Kamfinsa, Member of Parliament, on the subject matter, address challenges over the delays in the payment of local contractors and suppliers by mining companies. So as soon as the quorum is constituted, business over the House will commence or will resume.
Yes, the bells are still ringing, and the House is yet to constitute a quorum. And under consideration is a motion of adjournment moved by Kamfinsa, Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Kangombe, and the subject for this motion is address challenges of the delays in the payment of local contractors and suppliers by mining companies. And the bells are still ringing for the members of Parliament to come back and debate this motion that has been moved by Kamfinsa, Member of Parliament, on the challenges of the delays in the payment of local contractors and suppliers by mining companies.
Members of Parliament are coming into the chamber, and as soon as the quorum is constituted, business shall resume. Wherever you are watching from, this is Parliament TV, your station which brings Parliament closer to you.
Well, just like a quorum has now been constituted, with a few other members almost settling down.
Honorable members, it still appears we have no quorum. We have rung the bells for 5 minutes, still no quorum. Another 2 minutes, still no quorum. So in accordance with Standing Order 238, we have no option but to adjourn. The House is now adjourned.
On the Parliament television, business of the House has been concluded with the collapse of the motion of adjournment, which was supposed to be moved by Mr. Christopher Kangombe, Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa, and the subject matter addressed challenges of delays in the payment of local contractors and supplies by mining companies, and this motion has collapsed due to a lack of a quorum. It is a requirement that there's supposed to be at least 1/3 of the members of Parliament for business of the House to continue. But in this case, there was no quorum, so the motion has collapsed. So before we end the business for today, we have a look at what has been discussed on the floor of the House from the time business started at 14:30 hours, starting with an announcement made by the Honorable Madam Speaker, in which he informed the House that the National Assembly of Zambia, as part of its reforms agenda, has commenced engagements aimed at constructing a creche within the precincts of Parliament. The creche is a daycare facility for young children while their parents and guardians are engaged in official business. She said she would therefore be unveiling the foundation stone for the construction of the creche on Thursday, 27th March 2025 at 09 hours right here at Parliament buildings. The detailed program will be shared to guide the members of Parliament. And she said that the unveiling of the foundation stone for the creche being done in March, the month that is globally designated for women, is a testament of commitment to creating a gender and child-friendly environment within the precincts of Parliament. Madam Speaker extended an invitation to all honourable members of Parliament in the House to attend the unveiling of the foundation stone for the creche on voluntary basis.
After that announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of visitors from Solwezi East Parliamentary constituency in Mushindano district, also visitors from Lusaka Central Parliamentary constituency, and pupils and teachers from Popular Primary School in Lusaka district. And Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, welcomed the visitors of Zambia. I beg your pardon, Madam Speaker, welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia.
Yes, so after those announcements, there were two ministerial statements that were rendered on the floor of the House. And the first one was rendered by the Minister of Education, and this is on the ongoing verification process for students on bursaries at the University of Zambia. And the Minister updated the House and the nation on the screening process for students at the University of Zambia under this government student loan scheme administered by the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Board, HELSB, and this was in response to an urgent matter without notice which was raised by Member of Parliament for Lunte constituency, Mr. Kabuto Twekafoya, regarding the screening process of students at the University of Zambia. The Minister did indicate to the House that the screening exercise is a critical process that is designated to verify and authenticate students benefiting from government-sponsored student loans, and this process requires that financial support is disbursed accurately and transparently to deserving students. The verification process, he said, is conducted in two phases, which is targeting both the first year and returning students.